All attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right, calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, September 16th, 2020. Let's start with general business. First, public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on any item that is not on this agenda today, please do so. Now is the time. And we can, do we want to do a roll call first?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chair, if we could do roll call. Heidi's on right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call. Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair House.
Here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds. I see you. Commissioner Lenvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan.
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Present.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now we're on to item A, public comment. So any member of the public can address the commission on an item that's not on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, if you would like to comment on items not on the agenda, you'll need to raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. And that indicates that you wish to speak. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. And just to the commissioners, and I'm sorry to Commissioner Edmonds, I think I had you muted, but if I could just ask everyone to mute themselves during public comment. I have Ms. Gott. I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is working. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. And
hello, is this?
There you go. Now we can. Now we can hear you.
Hi, sorry, you guys cut off and it was completely muted when you were making that introduction. So sorry about that. So commissioners, there you go. So it is me. Commissioners, I just want to remind you that in 1993, the voters actually voted to ensure that the Historic Landmarks Commission was actually formed and that you would have the duties and responsibilities that you have today. And one of those, or among many duties, was to make sure that we protect our historical districts and that we ensure that any buildings that are going to be constructed or remodeled, we're actually going to ensure in the El Pueblo Viejo district that we were going to uphold the city's long-standing traditions of architecture. But more importantly, I wanted to remind you that you are solely responsible for approving or denying any structures in the historical districts and under your purview. And I just wanted to read something from the charter, which says that you will review and approve, disapprove, or approve with conditions plans for exterior alterations, demolition, relocation, moving, or construction. And this really does mean that you have purview at the street for anything that is obstructing the view of a building. You have approved or denied bike corrals. You have approved or denied where benches are located up and down State Street. And you have approved or denied the relocation of utility boxes that are in the public right of way. You have more purview over the placement and location of structures, and you are not relegated to only approving issues related to color, where something will require a building permit. Thank you very much and have a nice.
Okay,
Right.
and then next I have, Mr. Chair, I have Mr. Richard Clausen. Mr. Clausen, I have just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself. There you go. And you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penda and Chair Grumbine. On June 10th, I emailed the Commission Secretary and copied Ms. Plummer with a request that future submissions of architectural drawings show on each page a linear scale, also known as a bar scale. With drawings now available online and with computer monitors displaying them at various magnifications, it can be difficult to measure drawing dimensions that are not specifically labeled. To date, I believe that the Commission continues to receive drawings without linear scales, making it more difficult for commissioners and the public to examine them. I ask you today that you require submitted drawings to include a linear scale on each page. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like that is the last person that has raised their hand for general public comment. And Mr. Chair, we're getting, your audio is quite faint. I'm wondering if there's a way to speak more into the microphone or however it's coming in, or just more volume. Yes, I think we've got some.
Any better?
I think if you project your voice, I think we're still having a little trouble hearing you.
Okay, how about this? I'll yell. That might be the first time that anyone's asked me to talk louder.
Okay, I think that's okay. I think just as much as you could project your voice, I think that would be helpful. I'll let you know if it's an issue.
Okay.
Try singing a
I'm
few
good. And
notes.
if it gets too bad, I'll try to switch to all computer. This is what happens when I do the new technology of wireless earbuds are now. This is a fail, so next time I'll go back to the old school wired ones, the historic ones. All
They
right.
tend to work better. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so any other public comments? Just public comment not on one of the items that need to be acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You did receive one letter of written correspondence prior to this hearing. So that is all.
Okay. Thank you. All right, with that, I will close public comment and on to item B, approval of minutes for Landmarks Commission meeting September 2nd, 2020.
I'll make that
I'll
motion.
move.
Okay, Commissioner House, and someone want to second it? Commissioner Ely?
I'll second it since he beat me to it.
Okay, sounds good. All right, under discussion, edits.
I had no changes, Mr. Chair.
Nor did I.
Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes, on page 5, pardon me, the amended motion, number 4, the fire sprinkler riser, the words fire sprinkler should be inserted in there.
Okay.
Fire sprinkler riser. The other question I have for someone who may have paid more attention than I did, on item 5, adjust the divided window and door lights to be in proportion with what or where? What window and door lights? Does anyone recall? I assume it's in the new edition, which is the only place there are new windows. But I think we should clarify that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
I'm trying to remember
Mr. Chair?
that. Yeah, Commissioner Mayhem.
yeah, I on that item, I think it should say adjust the new divided windows and door lights to be in proportion with the existing windows, not current building lights.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
existing,
I think that's correct, because there were windows on both the existing buildings that were being put in new, and those ones needed to be to match the existing building.
and Mr. Chair, also on item 2 on that page where it says study the original paint colors, I think it'd be more appropriate to use the word investigate. What we did was we asked them to scratch off the new paint and see if the old paint is there and what the color was. I think investigate would be a better word than study.
Which number was that again?
Or no. Item
Number
number
two.
2.
Oh,
Item number 2 of the motion.
oh yeah, investigate.
First
Yeah,
words.
yeah.
First word
Yeah.
should investigate rather than study.
Yeah, that's more clear. Okay. Any other edits? All right, the maker of the motion and the second agree with those edits?
Yes?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. All right, in that case, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Aye.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yeah.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to item C, approval of the consent calendar of September 16th, 2020.
I move the calendar.
Okay. Do you have a second? We'll
I'll second it.
All right, Mr. House, second, Ms. Plummer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The consent agenda today was reviewed by Commissioner Mahan, and item A, 1100 Chapala Street, received project design approval and final approval.
All right. Any discussion? All right. In that case, roll call and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Wright. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Lundvik.
Aye.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Aye.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Mr. Chair, I have a question
Mr.
for
House?
staff.
Mhm.
I have a question for staff as to the appropriate time to disclose ex parte communication. Is that now or at the agenda item?
If there is, if you want to disclose something about a specific item on the agenda, I would do it when we open up that item.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought. Just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
And then Chair Grumbine, I did have one announcement, and then Ms. Hernandez has an announcement as well. As you know, Julio Vena is no longer a member of the commission, but he was participating in the Plaza de la Guerra committee. Michael Drury is also participating in that project. I am asking for a new member of the HLC to participate in that if anyone's interested. And then whoever volunteers, I'll forward the information for the case planner who's handling that project.
Thank you. I volunteer Commissioner House.
Well, thank you. I'm going to offer myself up as well, as long as the meeting isn't this week or next week. But
yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I had lunch with Julio last week, and we discussed this particular situation. And Commissioner Vena said that he thought that Commissioner House would be perfect.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drury, how do you feel about that? I don't see your hand raised, Commissioner Drury.
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner House is far from perfect, but at least in this situation, he might be. I was going to say, I would like to see Commissioner Vena, ex-Commissioner Vena, continue to be part of the discussion. He's got very good ideas, very strong basis in landscape design, and I'd like to see him continue as perhaps as a member of the public, if that's fine with the subcommittee, which I'll find out.
Sounds good.
Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
that sounds great.
So
But
Vice
it's not-
Chair House, I'll be forwarding you the information on when they're going to have their next meeting, and I'll loop you in with the case planner who's handling that. And Commissioner Drury, I'm happy to relay that to the case planner. You know, I'm not sure what their expectation is. They just wanted an additional HLC member. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Ms. Plummer.
thank you.
Yeah, and I think my guess is, and people can jump in and tell me if I'm wrong on it, but I would say that I'm sure the other commissioners would feel the same, but if ex-Commissioner Vena was up for it, to have his input as well, continue, especially on the landscape side of things, because we don't have a landscape commissioner now, so would be a very a helpful thing for the city in our recommendation. So.
Don't forget to project, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes,
we like
please.
Commissioner Vena on there too, if possible.
Yeah.
That.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I think the rest of us have to rely upon our Western Garden book for our landscaping.
Yes.
expertise.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Ms.
I also
Hernandez?
have an announcement, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I've reviewed this with the designation subcommittee, but we are looking at applying for a state grant through the State Historic Preservation Office to do a African American context statement. This is something that most cities in California have already completed and are completing for other representative communities. It's a statement that outlines the history of the community and then identifies the buildings that were significant and could be designated representing that community, but it looks at it in more of a holistic way and becomes a planning tool. And I went to a very intensive 3-hour training last week on developing these, and I really think the first step in moving towards this would be getting one or two volunteers of the commission to be on an advisory committee as we develop the grant and timelines and budgets and moving through this whole process. So I'm asking for at least one or maybe two volunteers to be on that committee to help guide this process as it's really new for our community.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to sit on that ad hoc committee.
Thank you. That would be excellent, Commissioner.
I also know everybody in the Office of Historic Preservation, so that's helpful, I suppose, as well.
Yes, Commissioner Uli, would be great.
I think I'll volunteer.
Go either way, Commissioner Uli. Sorry, who was that? Commissioner House?
Yeah, I said I would like to volunteer the chair to be the other member.
I would like to, but I have to I have to keep things at a reasonable pace, or my wife will make me quit.
I think Commissioner Uli would be perfect. He can report out, and if we need another member, we'll let you know. But I think his participation and knowledge will really help guide the process immensely. I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
And if you do want someone for even for a short termer to jump in, I'd be happy to help on an as needed basis.
Right. So. And as follow-up, this is hopefully just our first context statement. We'll be moving into citywide and other communities as well, and really bringing our community up to speed in this preservation planning approach. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, any other announcements?
Mr. Chair?
I had one. Oh, Commissioner Drury, go ahead.
I have to leave at 5:50.
Okay, we'll try to keep on charge. Okay, one other announcement that I had was just as a sort of report back, touch base on the email that was sent out with Commissioner House and Commissioner Drury volunteered for helping with the AIA Charette design review teams. So we've separated into two teams, and we're going to be reviewing over the next week, hopefully, the 16 different teams that are working on with their different in progress proposals or ideas, Charette ideas. And so we'll be working on that this next week, and we'll see how it goes and report back to you in 2 weeks. Any other announcements? All right. In that case, let's move on to subcommittee reports. Any subcommittee reports?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, so the De La Guerra Plaza subcommittee met, and we're pushing things along, but everything that we talk about and the plans that are made by the people who are developing the idea will come before us. We're the sort of the Historic Landmarks Commission, sort of the final arbiter of this whole project. So fear not, nothing is going to be done without our approval. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner House.
I neglected to bring something up under announcements, and I was alerted by Anna Marie Gott that the city is proceeding with installing string lights over State Street. And I wanted staff to look into that and report to us if that is in fact the case. I can understand on an emergency basis, allowing restaurants to create parklets and stuff like that with reduced restrictions. But it just really seems to me to set a bad precedent for the city to go about putting in lighting, which we had expressed concerns about, without coming to us or seeking a permit. So I would like to know more about it.
All right, does staff have anything for us to, or I guess does it have to be agendized, or is there any?
No, Chair Grumbine, I'm happy to provide a summary and status on that at the next meeting. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. And thank you for that. Remember that, Commissioner House. I knew we can leave lighting, the lighting guard up to you. All right, any other subcommittee reports or announcements? Okay, let's move on to item 1. Okay, so structure merit designations. The commission is requested to review staff's historic significance report and hold a public hearing to consider structure of merit designations of 4 historic resources listed below. 32 East Junipero Street, Spanish colonial revival style residence constructed in 1929. 806 Orange Avenue, an Italian style house constructed circa 1880s. 1734 Anacapa Street, Queen Anne style residence constructed in 1888. And 21 East Cannon Perdido Street, Spanish colonial revival style building designated by noted architect Edwards and Plunkett in 1927. Okay, Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. I tried to lump these together so you could make one motion to help in this environment that takes a long time with the roll calls, and so I'm consolidating the motions. And I will just briefly review each one of the properties. First slide, Timmy, or next slide. So 32 East Junipero came into us for a minor alteration that was approved on consent on July 8th, and we passed a resolution of intention for a structure of merit hearing. This is the hearing. The building was designed in 1929 in the Spanish colonial revival style with a 1930 addition designed by Alexander de Afonso. This is a 1932 photograph of the house. The house does retain a high level of historic integrity and still is able to convey its 1929 appearance, although it does have a lot of vegetation concealing it. And the next slide shows some pictures of it now, and all that's of the porch, but because of the vegetation, you can't see all that as well as you can in the historic photograph. But it does meet criterion A for being a Spanish colonial revival house. It is significant to the heritage of the city, as that style is the identity identified with the city, as well as it is an example of a Spanish colonial revival building with the following character defining features: the emphasis on expansive planar wall surfaces of stucco, interplay of a variety of roof forms covered in terracotta tiles, and a wrought ironwork over the horizontally divided casement windows, as well as heavy wood porch posts with decorative beams and brackets under the narrow eaves, and 3 arches defining the garage and additional entry. It also qualifies under criterion F for identification with Alexander de Alfonso, who completed the addition. He is a noted architect who worked in Santa Barbara from the 1920s through the 1970s, as well as criterion G for its embodiment of elements demonstrating outstanding attention to architectural design, details, materials, and craftsmanship. Next slide. The next property up for your consideration is 806 Orange Avenue. As you noted, this was built in the 1880s, and it qualifies for 3 of the the criteria outlined in the municipal code. And Timmy, if you'll go to the next slide. I just added this. This is a 1898 map that shows Little Orange Avenue here, and the house on the map. And I added these. There are some other buildings on the block, as it really, the whole little block, which is hidden just on the west side, on the other side of the 101 now, is still retains a high level of integrity of setting, as it still retains many of the original houses of the late 1800s, early 1900s, and it's quite a little gem of a street. And this Italianate house in particular, not only having high integrity of setting, association feeling, also retains most of its original features. And as I discussed the rest, Timmy, will you go back one more? There, oh, back, yeah, just to the main house there. So it does qualify for criterion A for its heritage of the city being an example of an Italianate structure. Italianate was an extremely popular style in the late 1870s through the 1880s. And criterion D is an exemplification of the Italianate style with the following character defining features, including its blocky architecture with no curved walls and symmetrical layout, its shallow hip roof that helps set it apart from other Victorian styles, the long full width porch that extends the living area to the outside, the wide shiplap siding, the thin square porch post with bevel corners and ornate brackets, and the 2/2 elongated wood windows with thick wood trim, as well as the transom over the doorway. And criterion G, its embodiment of elements demonstrating outstanding attention to architectural design, details of materials and craftsmanship. As in addition to the features of the house, it also does have one of the sandstone walls that are so important to the Santa Barbara streetscapes, and it lines this streetscape. And our next two slides up to me for our next candidate is 734 Anacapa Street, built in 1888 in the Queen Anne style. The building qualifies for 3 of the criteria outlined in the municipal code. And I want to just go forward and show you the next slide before we start the criteria. This is how the house was in its original configuration. And the new owner is in the process of restoring much of the building as much as possible to this original configuration. But the building does still retain many of its original features even before the restoration, including the unique shingle siding on the second floor, the shiplap siding on the first floor, double hung windows, this carved arch opening with ornate details, as well as the sandstone pillars and the original sandstone wall. And it does qualify for 3 of the criteria. 1 is its character, interest, and value to the heritage of the city being in the Queen Anne style, which was a popular style in Santa Barbara in the late 1800s, as well as criterion D as an exemplification of the Queen Anne style, still with its patterned shingles, cutaway bay windows, and asymmetrical facade, and its ornate porch. And criterion G, its embodiment of outstanding attention to architectural design, details, materials, and craftsmanship. It does show this in the intricate wood shingles on the second floor, the arched front porch with its decorative applied scrolls, wood double hung windows, bay windows, and wide wood front door, and the original sandstone wall. It's a 3-tiered sandstone wall that lines the streetscape. It's so important to our Santa Barbara streetscapes. And what next slide to me? This is also shows the rear and side elevations of the proposed restoration that's underway, that's taking a lot of the inappropriate alterations off, most notably the enclosed porch, as well as some of the additions. Next slide. So our final structure of merit designation today is 21 East Cannon Perdido Street. This is the El Centro building, constructed in 1927. It was designed by Edwards, Plunkett, and Howell. But, there was a typo on the agenda. Howell was also involved. And it qualifies for 4 of the criteria outlined in the municipal code. It qualifies under criterion A, as it is a 1927 original Spanish colonial revival building that is so key to the identity of Santa Barbara. It is in El Pueblo Viejo and just off State Street, and really helps portray our Spanish colonial revival identity. And it also, under criterion D, it exemplifies the Spanish colonial revival style with its interplay of volumes, the broad and bold balcony on the second floor, the overhanging eaves and terracotta tiles, and wide arches on the first floor. Criterion F, its association with Edward Plunkett and Howell, who were among the most famous of Santa Barbara's Spanish colonial revival practitioners. You can almost throw a stone throughout El Pueblo Viejo and you will hit one of their buildings. They just dot our streetscapes, and they're really wonderful every time we get to review one and designate one. And criterion G, the embodiment of elements demonstrating outstanding attention to architectural design, details, and materials. And that includes the smooth stucco walls, the projecting balcony, and supported by massive corbels and wooden posts. And it does retain enough of its original elements to have high integrity and convey its 1927 appearance. And that concludes the 4 structure of merit designations.
Great,
And we
thank you.
recommend you make a motion to adopt resolutions to designate the structure of merits as outlined.
Great, thank you. So with that, we'll go to public comment. All the members of the public who wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, if you wish to comment on this particular item, you can do so by raising your hand, by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. And that indicates to me that you wish to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And I do not see any hands raised at the moment. And I would just ask Mrs. Rydell if we received any written comment.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item.
And then, Mr. Chair, apologies again. I'm still getting, it's really hard to hear you. I don't know if other commissioners are still struggling to hear you, but I think I'm a little concerned about your audio and just wondering if there's, have you called in on your phone and using wireless headphones from your phone, or
If he talks slower, we can read his lips.
All right.
How is
now it's
that?
better. That's so much
How is
better.
that? Okay.
I think that's
We're
better.
just we're gonna get rid of the earbuds. We're just gonna go old school computer. So
Okay.
all right.
Yeah,
Sorry
I think
about
we were just concerned about if you all had to make a motion that we needed to be able to capture everything and,
Yeah.
and have
Okay.
commissioners. Okay. Thank you so much.
No worries. Okay, so now back to the commission for discussion and or a motion.
I'll move a resolution to designate as a structure of merit projects 32 East Junipero, 806 Orange Avenue, 1734 Anacapa Street, and 21 East Canon Perdido Street. Resolution 2020-39.
Second. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? Commissioner Lenbick?
I have a question of staff. Is the rear portion or the north portion of 21 East Canon Perdido Street much newer than the front building? Or they're not the same era, are they?
I will have to double check that. I have to double check the drawings to give you that exact information.
We have reviewed exterior remodels on the rear portion facing the public parking lot, driveway, and whatever back there, and window changes and stair additions and so on and so forth. And I kind of doubt that it is part of the original structure. And I'm wondering, are we designating as a structure of merit only the building that was originally designed and built in the late 20s?
we usually, even if there are additions on a building, we usually designate the whole building so you can review it. And we can add a map on there that shows what's original, what's not for future commissioners and future review. I can double check that. I know that they did have over time in that rear portion, they had put some aluminum sliders and a lot of inappropriate alterations were done that have been redone with commission review with more appropriate materials. And I can double check exactly when that addition was done for you.
Oh, we of course would have review authority
Right.
of the rear portion no matter what, because it's in the EPV and whatever. But I'm just wondering if we are casually designating a portion of a building which does not warrant structure of merit designation. Other members may know.
Yeah, and I
Mr.
can
Chair.
definitely clarify the boundary of the original portion at your direction. So
Mr. Chair.
prior to filing it.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, it's my recollection when we were working on the parking structure behind the El Centro building that there was quite a bit of fairly recent work that had been done up on the third story. Lippincott was the owner at the time. But we should have the original Edwards and Plunkett drawings that this was done in 1927. And you could review those to see what was the original building done by the original architects. And I agree with Commissioner Lendick. We may want to designate the whole building, but it should be specified what was the original and what is the new. I think that's an important distinction.
And I can add that before I send the designation to be recorded for you. If you can add that caveat
That
to your
can be part of
motion,
the
that just
motion,
the
right?
original portion, and I can clarify that and email you all the final, what my findings are.
Sounds good. Does that need to be part of the motion in terms of giving direction with the report to reflect the original Edwards and Plunkett portion of the building?
You can make that part of the motion. It's still designating the Edwards and Plunkett portion of the building.
Yeah.
And I can clarify that, but we can still move ahead with the designation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Edmonds?
When we vote, I need to abstain from 32 East Junipero,
Okay,
just from that one item.
sounds good. Any other before we vote? Or before we have a motion and a second. Who was the second by?
House.
Vice Chair House? Okay. So, all right, and we had our discussion, so roll call vote, please.
Well, let me clarify here. Is this motion only the 1927 Edwards and Plunkett portion of the building? Or is it the entire building?
My understanding is we're designating 21 East Cannon-Perdido Street, the building. It has a portion by Plunkett and it has a portion by others. The rear work, if of enough age, can also contribute under its own merit, but I think we're designating the entire building.
With the, I guess I would ask the maker of the motion and the seconder, do you want language put in your motion that with the additional markings of, do you want officially in the motion for the report to show which portion was the original Edwards and Plunkett? Or is that not necessary for you?
Personally, I don't think it's necessary. I think staff's report that we're seeing a portion of talks about it in sufficient enough detail that, for purposes of designation, I think it's okay. It was, stated that we're going to see this building or anything that's going to happen to this building, good, bad, or indifferent, because it's in the district already. So it's a moot point that it has an earlier addition on the back to a 1920 building.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. or get
Mr.
clarity?
Chair, I will defer to Commissioner Uli's judgment on that.
Okay, so we have a
Mr. Chair?
motion. Yes, Commissioner
Chair,
Lemon.
speaking to the motion, I will vote against the entire motion because it contains 21 East Canapredito Street along with other buildings. I don't support designating 21 East Canapredito in its entirety as a structure of merit.
Okay,
So if you
Any
want to
other-
separate the motion, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll vote against all of them.
okay. Any other discussion or anyone want to change anything?
I think we should separate them out just so we can get Mr. Limvick on the record.
Okay, so within your motion, you're going to additionally state that for the report to well, I'll let you say what you want to say. Do you want the report to differentiate the Edwards and Plunkett portion and only dedicate that? Or how do you want to do it?
Or perhaps we should just continue 21 East Canon Perdido for 2 weeks, seeking more information.
I suppose that's one way to do it because the current statement in the agenda is to designate 21 East Canapredito Street, which includes the Plunkett building and the building that's attached to it. You know, we already need an abstention on item 1A. So it seems to me either we pull it, continue that particular one, bring it back in 2 weeks as the vice chair suggests, or we proceed and see if there are enough votes.
Is there any comments from staff in terms of other things that this would hinder or trip up, or any
Well,
other considerations?
This item needs to be designated to qualify for the Mills Act, and they are applying for a Mills Act and they need to go to council. So for timeline wise, it takes a month after you make your motion for me to take it to council. So it'd be nice, I would like to keep moving so that I can get it scheduled at council. So for that, I would prefer just saying, let me separate them and go ahead and designate just the Edwards and Plunkett portion so that I can get it scheduled at council if you're going to approve the Mills Act, because
So am I hearing
have
a
the
third option
timelines.
of call out just the Edwards and Plunkett portion of 21 East Canon Perdido Street? And
And I'll
that can
clearly
be
define
made as just that motion without needing the report revised at this point, but then to revise the report to reflect that.
Correct.
All
Mr.
right.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner House?
do we know who the architect of the rear building is? Maybe that's Plunkett, Edwards and Plunkett now as well.
I don't think we know enough of it to, at least at this point, have with the, based on the report, to be talking about any other portions of it. I think that might trip us up.
So just
I just
designate
need
the
time.
front building.
Yeah, it would be nice to get staff to chime in because it has been agendized as a whole unit, and that is the Plunkett building and the building in rear. It wasn't agendized just to designate the front portion of a building. So
Well, I disagree there, Commissioner Uli. The agenda says it's a 1927 building designed by Edwards and Plunkett. And we don't know that the back building was built in 27 or designed by Edwards and Plunkett.
I understand. So I guess it's the reverse. The agenda is only allowing us to designate the Edwards and Plunkett portion of the building and not the one in the rear.
Well, let's,
I agree with
Good
that.
to me. Yeah.
I would read it as the address, and if the two buildings
So-
are connected in the same
So
address.
how about make that as part of your motion to be that the Edwards and Plunkett portion of it and that the report be updated to reflect that. And then it doesn't have to be in the title. It can be in the description or whatever. But if you're, I think that's a way of making it clear and concise, and then the report can reflect that. Is there anything wrong with going that route?
With that, but also I'm not driven by the fact that we need a unanimous vote either. If Commissioner Limvick wants to vote no, that's his prerogative. I don't need to have all of us line up and say yes. So let me take a stab at just revising the motion and see if it gets any steam, since the one we're talking about is not going to fly. I would move resolution. I might get that resolution back up on the screen, just so I don't have to rely upon my memory. Resolution to designate structure of merit. Resolution 202039, 32 East Junipero Street, 806 Orange Avenue, 1734 Anacapa Street, and the Edwards and Plunkett portion of 21 East Cannon Bernardino Street.
That is okay with the seconder.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes, on 1B, C, and D, and I abstain on 1A.
I have noted your abstention. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Commissioner Drury?
Supported classical KUSC and KUSC.
I'll,
Commissioner Drury, it sounds like your microphone is on, but we can't hear anything. I don't know if it's blocked. Or now it's off. All right, I'm gonna send you, there you go, just turn it back on.
Okay.
Now we can hear you. Thank you. Could you confirm for Ms. Rydell?
Yes.
thank you so much. Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine,
Yes.
that is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. We are on to item 2. Mills Act contract applications, a review of proposed Mills Act program 10-year rehabilitation plans, and recommendation to the Community Development Director to approve the Mills Act contracts for the properties listed below. A, 806 Orange Avenue, application for Mills Act contract for rehabilitation of Italianate style house constructed circa 1880s. And B, 1734 Anacapa Street. This is an application for Mills Act contract rehabilitation for a Queen Anne style house constructed 1888. All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, commissioners and Mr. Chair. We have to start with the first slide to me. I'm just going to briefly outline the Mills Act projects proposed for these two. For this one, they are doing a complete interior rehab with including electrical and HVAC upgrades. The one thing that's missing on the front of this building is the original front porch, and I've already been working with the applicant on finding an Italianate style front door to go under that transom and really highlight the front porch. And they are also doing a front porch repair and restoration, including the foundation. They're going to re-roof and they're going to repair the original chimney. So it's a really expensive program that will really bring this little house back to its to be a little gem on the street. And then the next slide to me. 1734 Anacapa Street, and I showed you the plans for the house already, but right now they're just trying to demolish the incompatible elements. They just got that demo permit to get off some of those odd additions that have happened. One of the biggest restorations proposed is to undo this enclosed upper balcony and restore the balcony to an open balcony like on the original photograph, and return the dormer to a turret as in the photograph, as well as interior work like in reinstalling the original pocket doors and restoring they have really beautiful entrance stairs, and even getting rid of some of this odd tile on the front porch and putting it all back to like a wood front porch that would have been appropriate for the Queen Anne. So it's a very, very extensive undertaking. And those are the two Mills Act contracts that do not need exemptions from council.
All right. And does that complete your presentation?
Yes. Sorry.
All right.
Yes, that completes it.
Yeah. All right. In that case, we'll go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, if you wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. And that indicates to me that you wish to speak. You only have to click it one time. And I do not see anyone currently with their hands raised. And I would just ask, in the meantime, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you, Ellen. And to the chair, no, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item.
Okay, still no hands raised, Mr. Chair, so back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, back to the commission. Any discussion or questions? All right, in that case, we'll look for a motion or, yeah. Anyone want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the proposed Mills Act contracts for, pardon me, 806 Orange Avenue and 1734 Anacapa Street.
All right.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion. All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We will start with Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. On to item 3. 21 East Cannon-Perdido Street, Mills Act contract. This is a review of proposed Mills Act program 10-year rehabilitation plan and recommendation to City Council to grant an exception to the Mills Act contract limits outlined in Santa Barbara Municipal Code for a designated structure of merit property at 21 East Cannon-Perdido Street, and recommend the Community Development Director approve the Mills Act contract. So Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. Timmy, will you show the slide, please? I'm just gonna go over some of the main points of the rehabilitation of 21 East Cannon-Perdido Street. One of the big ones that you might have seen recently is they've completed a lot of the painting on the exterior, including wrought iron facade, window trim, corbels, and eaves. They replaced the plumbing lines, repaired with frame from leaking pipes, replacing with copper pipes, the HVAC. They installed a whole new fire system for the tenants. They've done a lot of tenant improvements. So this can, again, be a really good place for State Street, not just architecturally, but it will have businesses in it, and restore and repair all 21 historic windows, roof repairs, interior rehabilitation. It's a really extensive scope of work that they've worked on for many years and are continuing to through the next few years. So it is over the land assessment limit, so it needs to go to council with the other two. We have 2 others that you approved about 2 meetings ago, and all 3 will go to council for exemptions. And next slide, we recommend you that you recommend to City Council grant an exemption for the Mills Act contract limits so that we can approve this Mills Act contract.
Great, thank you. All right, I guess now we'll go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, you can raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. That indicates to me that you wish to speak. And I do not see any hands raised at this time. Heidi, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you, Ellen, and through the chair. No, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item.
Back to you, Mr. Chair. We don't have anybody else. No one's raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. All right, to the commission, any discussion or questions?
I've got a question.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
How does the scope of the Mills Act contract square up with the action that we just took that only designates the front part of the building when the entire building is likely considered under the Mills Act?
So we have two choices. We can ask them to divide their scope, and I can work with them to divide the scope once we know what is the original portion and not. And then the assessor can take the portion that's not out of the assessed value when they do their tax reduction. We've included some additions on Mills Act contracts, small ones that still allow the building to be functional. So we can, those are the 2 points. We can either say we think the rehabilitation will make the whole building functional and we want to approve the whole scope of work, or I can divide the scope of work and I can work with them to do that.
All right. Well, I think technically, because the Mills Act only applies to buildings that are designated, it can't apply to an undesignated portion of the building.
Yeah, so I can have them divide the scope.
Yeah, so you're going to have them revise their Mills Act so that we know what's what.
Well, what the assessor does is the assessor will not include that portion in the assessment when they reduce the taxes. So it'll be on the assessor will do it for us once I give them a hatched map and say this portion does not go to Mills Act value. So they divide the building and one portion gets the reduction and the other won't. So they won't see the reduction. And then I'll work with them on reducing the scope.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Uli. Any other questions or comments? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to recommend that City Council grant an exemption to the Mills Act contract limits and recommend the Community Development Director approve the proposed Mills Act contract for 21 East Cannon Bernardino that is restricted to the designated portion of the building.
I will second that.
All right, I heard 2 people.
I
wasn't
by
You guys are so fast. There's no way I can speak quickly. Vice Chair House.
All right, is that second by Vice Chair House? All right, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
may I ask the commission a question? Are you all hearing little flute-like music sort of pervading underneath all the discussions?
Yes, Mr. Drury, Commissioner Drury and Chair Grumbine, I'm hearing, I think we're getting some classical music in the background. I don't know if someone, I mean, it's lovely. It's a nice background to what you all are doing.
It was my fault. It was my fault. I forgot to turn it off before the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
At least it's not polka. There's nothing worse than polka music.
We thought it was Mr. Drury, so thank you for clarifying.
And
All right.
I just have one announcement based on those Mills Act contracts that we've had this year. This is the most we've ever had, 13. We usually have about 5 to 6, maybe 7. And moving forward, I think as they come in and inquire, we're going to go ahead and do the designations as they come in and not wait to do them together. So they can all be qualified before they do the applications. Before we had so few, we just designated them and did them in one hearing. But doing them both this season for 13 is a lot, and it's a lot on our meeting. So as they inquire, I'll be letting them know they need to go ahead and go through the designation prior to application. And so we're just changing that procedure
Sounds good.
for next year.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are now on to item 4, 601 East Montecito Street, City Landmark Designation, City Landmark Designation Recommendation. So review of staff report and public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution to recommend to City Council the City Landmark Designation of La Casa de la Raza, Spanish Colonial Revival style building, a building constructed 1931. Ms. Hernandez.
Oh, Nicole, you're still muted.
There. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is a public hearing to review the landmark qualifications for Casa de la Raza, 601 East Montecito Street as a city landmark and making recommendations to council to designate the building. I'm just going to do a full presentation as this is landmark eligible and want to make sure all the history and importance of the building is identified because this is a really important time to do that and recognize this. So it was this corner portion that we all know very well with the octagonal tower and Belvedere was built in 1931 in the Spanish Colonial Revival style and has been known as Casa de la Raza since 1970. This is their 50th year anniversary. So next slide. The back portion of the building was actually found to be built in 1917 as the contractor supply company for building supplies. And next slide. This 1930-31 Sanborn map shows the site before the corner was built. And so you see this is the back building. And in 1929, Sewell, Murphy, and Hastings did an addition, but it was mostly structural drawings I found, no decorative or facade or elevation drawings. And then the site had this corner building in the middle of the lot, which I believe was for cement manufacturing, and then they took it over here. It was a big complex and really complicated. And then in 1931, next slide, the building permit was issued that filled in the corner with the octagon. And this was where they put additional offices and warehouses. And this is the building permit, and there were no drawings attached. So that's all we have. And then the next slide. Here we see the 1950 Sanborn map that really shows the whole corner built out with the octagonal tower. And from my research, that was all done in 1931 with that building permit. Next slide. So moving on to the criteria, the building is eligible for criterion A. And as a center for the community, for the Latinx people of Santa Barbara, Casa de la Raza is important to the heritage of Santa Barbara. And I want to discuss some of the history and it's important to the heritage, including from the 1960s to the 1970s. And this history was written by Ralph Armbruster, and he is here and will be able to answer questions and comment. And once the presentation is done, it emerged from the Chicano movement in the late 1960s and early 70s. The Chicano movement involved many different organizations and political perspectives, including the United Farm Workers, the Brown Berets, the Crusade for Justice, the Raza Unida, and many others. In Santa Barbara, the Chicana community members and activists had long been pushing for social change, as the city's Mexican-American residents were spatially segregated for decades based on racial discrimination in housing on the east side. These residents had organized for multiple generations, but it wasn't until 1971 when a unique community-based social justice organization known as Casa de la Raza was established inside the formal building materials warehouse cement factory. The building also became known and a place where the UFW collaborated quite extensively with El Teatro Campesino, an avant-garde satirical, highly politicized theater group that empowered farm workers with their productions, and then became El Teatro Esperanza, the Theater of Hope, that was based out of La Casa de la Raza. where large murals were created and designed by local Chicano artist Manuel Dunzueta and were installed inside the casa. He became internationally famous for his murals and continues to teach art and be a significant influence in the community. And I'll go further into that history under Criterion F. As we move through the history, moving into the 80s, the casa became a full-fledged community center offering childcare, English language classes, computer classes, job training classes, educational workshops, food preparation, concerts, and much more. And if you go to the next slide to me, I found a few things on the internet when you Google Casa de la Raza. There's so many different images that so many people have, but I saw the youth wrestling team had this great historic image. A lot of great underground punk rock bands from the 80s played there. This is a 1984 Red Hot Chili Peppers flyer when they played at Casa de la Raza. Next slide. There's when you go into Casa, they have this beautiful presentation of lots of flyers that have happened over the years, including, you know, Puncho Sanchez played there. He's a really important Latin jazz player. And so it just goes to show you that many ways the Casa has infiltrated the community and all people of the community. And it continues to be a place of where social justice organizations rely on it as a meeting place. And as we move more recently, it has built a very strong relationship with Santa Barbara City College, providing various classes through the college, and was a really amazing place where people who had lost things and resources from the Thomas Fire and the subsequent floods could come to provide crucial services. And even more recently, many people are again coming to La Casa for assistance during the COVID-19 crisis. And so this is really how it has been a sacred place to all members of our community. And as we move on to the next criteria, next slide, it also is important to our community architecturally as a Spanish colonial revival style building. The Spanish colonial revival style is so important to the identity of Santa Barbara, and the style reflects how the design that was envisioned by the early planners with its iconic tower and terracotta tile carried through downtown to even the industrial area of East Montecito. Only a few blocks away, the Spanish colonial revival style junior high school and commercial corridor of Milpas Street that was being designed in the Spanish colonial revival style reflected the city's new ethic. The style was infiltrating all parts of life in Santa Barbara, not only the elite State Street commercial buildings and high-end homes and churches and schools, but for people of all means, including even in small homes, moderate families, apartment building, bungalow courts, and industrial buildings for building supplies. And under Criterion F, next slide, please, Timmy. These are some of the details. And then Criterion F, the building is identified with the creation, designer work of people who significantly influenced the city. And this would be the internationally known and important Latinx muralist, Manuel Dunzueta, who painted the murals inside the building. He spearheaded the artistic movement among Latinx, just gaining wide acceptance in the early 1970s. As noted, professor at University of California, Santa Barbara stated about him, this was Franco Lomeli. He is recognized as one of the principal pioneers striving for Chicano artistic expression to be accepted as a legitimate art form, and his art speaks for itself in a unique mode of manifesting a bicultural world. And Unzueta said himself, when I first accepted the challenge to paint the murals at Casa de la Raza in December 1971, I engulfed myself in one of the greatest experiences of my life. And he goes on to explain each one of the murals' significance. And there were articles on The Independent. There is a wonderful YouTube interview with him and other newspaper articles that I quoted throughout the significance report. Really documenting the importance of Manuel Anzueta and his influence not only in Casa de la Raza, but the Santa Barbara community. Next slide. And as we go on, the building also qualifies under criterion G as it embodies outstanding attention to architectural design, details, materials, and craftsmanship. The 3-story octagon with its 1-story wings with its vertical pilasters and small stylized detailing demonstrates outstanding attention to design. And the terracotta roofs of the octagon and the belvedere really demonstrate outstanding attention to materials and design. And next slide. And criterion I, finally, the unique octagon tower that towers over the corner of Calle Cesar Chavez and East Montecito Streets has been an important icon to the Lower East Side neighborhood. Moreover, a symbol of a welcome place to Santa Barbara Latinx and Greater Santa Barbara community since 1970 as the home of Casa de la Raza Community Center. That concludes my presentation. And I do know that, as I said, I know Ralph Armbruster is here, and as well as Sereno Rodriguez to speak. They can be on video as well. And there may be some other public comment, and I know we received written correspondence as well.
Yes, and part of my interruption, Mr. Chair, I'm just sending a webcam request to Mr. Rodriguez, and let's see. And Mr. Armbruster, you're more than welcome if you want to unmute yourself. I've sent you an unmute request, and it looks like Mr. Rodriguez, your microphone is on as well. So
yes.
Please, thank you for, to you.
Ellen, can I make a request, or just first of all, I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak before the commissioners. Mr. Rodriguez is an elder towards me, so to speak, and he's an insider and been around for a long time. And I kind of would like to defer to him at the beginning, if that would be okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Yes, thank you very much for considering this resolution. I'm a long life member of La Casa de la Raza. As a student at UCSB, I became involved in 1971 with the initial plans, and then part of my activities at the university, we had a student organization that we moved into La Casa de la Raza as the headquarters, and we offered after-school programs to the children. Another aspect that it wasn't mentioned today on the introduction is that we also started medical services, free medical service to the total community. And we expanded those services later on in the late 1970s when I became the executive director of La Casa de la Raza from 76 to 1981. And we operated 3 free medical clinics in the whole county. One in Guadalupe, one in Santa Barbara, and the other one in Lompoc. So La Casa de la Raza is about to celebrate its 50th anniversary next year. And we hope that it will be here for the next 100 years, serving our community. Some of the work, or much of the work in the early years that was done to bring La Casa de la Raza to compliance with city code and all of those things was done by volunteers. At one particular point when I was the executive director, we had over 1,200 members, paid members, participating in La Casa de la Raza. And we collaborated in many things with the city when Mayor Shipman was the mayor, and then others to improve the quality of life of Santa Barbara and its community. And I think the resolution before you is the right one, and I do hope that you make a positive decision and to continue the great work that the Santa Barbara community has given to our community in making La Casa de la Raza a cultural, historical center. It will be there, and I know that we all have an ups and downs, but you cannot survive for 50 years if you don't have the right idea and doing it the right proper way. So thank you very much and appreciate your invitation, and hopefully we'll get a 7-0 vote.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sandoval, did you want to?
Yes, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'll try not to take too much time. It's nice to not see the clock down there. That was scary watching that earlier during the public comment, see the time evaporate like a, anyway. So I'll try to keep and I want to thank Nicole for reaching out and just all the emails back and forth and trying to help facilitate this meeting that's going on right now. And it's great to hear Mr. Rodriguez's, one thing he just said is about volunteers, is that this is a 50-year institution and organization that has been kept alive through tremendous collective effort through multiple generations, folks in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all the way up until today. And there's a certain heart that's beating there. It might have been a faint heartbeat at times, but other times have been very strong. And to see the number of people that have gone through La Casa has been amazing. I came to Santa Barbara in 1998. I'm a professor, by the way, in the Department of Chicana and Chicano Studies. I'm also currently the department chair. And when I started in 2000, well, I started in 98, a couple years later, I started working with the then director, Hilda Zacarias, and we were trying to do a basic needs survey, find out what the community needs in terms of food, healthcare, other kind of basic, basic survey, find out what folks need. And that kind of work has been going on until today. And Nicole mentioned, and I wrote in my report, so you already read it, I don't want to reiterate it, but just a little bit, the basic needs that have been done in light of these two emergency situations, first with the Thomas Fire in late 17, spilling over into the winter of 18, and then with the pandemic, with COVID. And we know that the Latino community, in terms of the number of working class, immigrant, essential workers as they're known, are in real dire need of all kinds of social services and programs and food and other stuff. And I was just there this morning, seeing some of that firsthand. And it's just really been amazing. The blood, sweat, and tears, as they say, the sacrifices have been made to keep those doors open. And having worked at UCSB, we really only have one building that's kind of dedicated to the Chicano Latino community. And when we say Chicano Latino, it's not just those people. It's basically everybody on the margins of society. African Americans, Asian Americans, indigenous people. Like during the Thomas Fire, the La Casa made really close ties with the Chumash community. After George Floyd was murdered, of course, there was real close ties between La Casa and the Healing Justice for Santa Barbara, which is kind of like Black Lives Matter. It's always been a multiracial, multi-generational space for people. They've gotten married there, they've had quinceañeras there. So many things have happened in those doors over the last 50 years. And I would agree with Sereno. I would hope that it would last for another 50 to 100 years. It's real, I don't want to put it mildly, but sacred territory for lots of people, not only for the architectural designs, which is what you all are focused on, but for the real day-to-day impact. It's made and it continues to make a big impact in improving people's lives. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that you've done throughout the years. So, okay, with this, is there any more on terms of presentation wise, or should we go to public comment now and turn on the dreaded timer? All right, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would like to speak regarding this item, please raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. And that indicates to me that you wish to speak. You only need to click it one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down, as shown in the bottom right-hand corner. So I see Ana Rosa Rizzo Centino. I am unmuting you now. It looks like your microphone is working, so you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to speak. Sirenio, thank you for accepting my invitation to speak as well, and Dr. Ralph Armbruster Sandoval for the nomination. I have the distinct honor of serving as the board president for La Casa de la Raza. I first came to La Casa de la Raza when I was a first-year student at UC Santa Barbara. I was actually a business econ major. And growing up in the community that I grew up in, which was about 99% Chicana, Chicano, working class, I never felt poor. But when I came to Santa Barbara, I felt poor. I felt the wealth around me, and I felt alone. And for the first time when I walked through the doors of La Casa de la Raza, and I was met with warm smiles, with open arms, and with beautiful murals painted by Manuel Unzueta, and this amazing feeling of community, I was reminded that I was rich. And I think it is the catalyst for why I changed majors to Chicana Chicano Studies, because I was thirsty for that knowledge of what Chicana Chicanos have contributed to society, because I was never taught about that. And it's a shame that so many of us have to wait until college to find out about our histories, because it's not taught in most K through 12 systems. I think right now, when it's so imperative that we remember that we belong to each other and that all of us are so integral to the essence of Santa Barbara, that La Casa de la Raza must be recognized as sacred space, as historic space, as historic space. A lot of times the women in the foundation of these kind of places are left out, like Jovita Valdez, right? So let's also remember all the amazing giants whose shoulders we stand on. And I just thank you so much, because I feel blessed to be in this space.
Okay, thank you.
And next I'm going to call on Victoria Dominguez. And after Victoria Dominguez, I'm going to call on Simone Ruskamp. So Victoria, I've just unmuted you. And it looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, hi. I was raised here in California. When I came to Santa Barbara, like Rosa said, I felt like there was nothing for us. I was there when Casa de la Raza started, and it showed me a path that I really enjoyed. It's a culture. It's deep seated in your heart, and it takes on everybody. The Casa is not just for Chicanos, it's for everyone. And through the Casa, I met Cesar Chavez, and that guy inspired me to continue to learn more about my culture. I believe the Casa is great for everyone. And I know Manuel Unzueta personally, and he's a great muralist. I love his work. The Casa does so many great things for us. We need to keep it as a historical place. It's the only place that anyone who needs help or seeks help or just enjoys something. I remember going to quinceañeras, to weddings there. I remember attending certain classes, political classes. It's something that we really need. We don't have very much here for the Hispanics or any other minority groups to enjoy here in Santa Barbara. I'm very proud of the Casa, and it helped me grow up to be who I am. And now I personally am willing to do whatever I can to help the Casa. Right now, I'm trying to learn. I'm teaching English as a second language to everybody, not just Chicanos, to anybody else. But the Casa is something that is very personal to me and to anybody else. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right, thank you.
And so next I am going to unmute Simone Ruskamp. If you could please, you just turn your microphone on and hang on just 1 second. After you, I'm going to call on Jennifer Smith. Simone Ruskamp, if you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, Val. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Beautiful.
Well, I'm Simone. I'm one of the founders of Healing Justice Santa Barbara. As has already been mentioned, CASA has great meaning to me, and I could go on and on about the beautiful things that I have seen CASA do for my Latinx siblings, but I thought that I would call in and specifically share with you all how CASA has shown up for Black folks in our community. So yes, as many people mentioned, I was able to go and volunteer during the fires, but also, as some of you all might remember, actually 3 or 4 years ago, when I and other folks started a group called Equity for Santa Barbara, and we were pushing the police department and the sheriff to redo their use of force policies to center the sanctity of life. We did not have a space to have meetings and to organize. And CASA, one of the places that made themselves accessible to us and made sure that they centered Black folks, there's my toddler, see Black folks and toddlers in working towards liberation. And so the fee that they charged was minimal. They helped us set up and plan. They helped us think about how to support our community. And then that day of the event, when there was a really hateful white individual who came by and shared slurs and used the N-word multiple times, there was staff at CASA, in particular Eddie, who gave space for me to sit down and process, and then to figure out how do we as a community name that we are deserving of safety too. So I just want to name that CASA has shown up in that ways and really exemplifies the beauty that can come of Black and Brown solidarity. I also cannot sing enough praises for how Ana Rosa has shown up as a part of CASA, as a part of Healing Justice, and reminded us, like she just did in her call, that we all belong to each other, but also that we're all needed to create beautiful, thriving communities. I think the murals in CASA also remind us of that too. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to your toddler for that little extra background music.
So, Mr. Chair, next I have Jennifer Smith, and then after Jennifer Smith, I'm going to call on Fabiola Gutierrez. Jennifer, I'm unmuting you now. If you could please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon. There you go. It looks like you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Smith, and I'm the Executive Director of the Legal Aid Foundation of Santa Barbara County. And I'm here to support the request to designate La Casa as a historic landmark. And as most of you are aware, Legal Aid's mission is to provide high quality civil legal services to low income and other vulnerable residents in order to ensure equal access to justice. And our vision is a community where low income people and vulnerable residents are empowered to thrive, and where all residents have meaningful access to the civil justice system. And La Casa has been a critical partner in helping us meet this vision for our community. And we have been so grateful to be able to partner with them, to be able to host critical meetings, legal informational events, and so much more. So we just, as some of you know, we also operate in a building that has historic merit. So we understand how important these buildings are to our community, and we are here to support with full enthusiasm the request. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next is Fabiola Gutierrez, and then after Fabiola, I'm going to call on Eduardo Gonzalez. If you, Fabiola Gutierrez, if you could please unmute yourself by clicking on, there you go. Looks like your microphone is on. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh, great. Hello, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for giving me some time to hop on here and share about how amazing La Casa de la Raza has been for me personally, and I know for so many folks that have come before me and that I've had the pleasure to work with in the last couple of years since I've moved back. So I wanted to speak in particularly about my experience as a founding member of Ethnic Studies Now Santa Barbara, and how for us, our group, which is an intergenerational grassroots community-led coalition made up of people from diverse racial backgrounds and just different identities. If it wasn't for La Casa de la Raza, we would have never been able to make history as the first school district in Santa Barbara to pass an ethnic studies high school graduation requirement. If it wasn't for La Casa La Raza generously offering their space for us to hold our first meeting back in December of 2015, we would have not been able to mobilize and invite and have community attend our 3 block parties that are focused on ethnic studies that had both educational and artistic expression opportunities for our community. Each one with having at least 300 people in attendance. We had monthly meetings and sometimes even weekly meetings, and every time La Casa La Raza opened their doors, and for us to be a brand new grassroots group that was starting to form, and that was being led by a young woman of color, which is myself, with no money, no money to pay for a space. It's incredibly expensive and rare to find a place in Santa Barbara for folks to hold meetings and hold space for each other. And that is very important for community movements to continue to push our community forward. So I just want to give my appreciation and recognition of La Casa La Raza for their support throughout the last 5 years. And I really hope that we can continue to recognize this place as a historic landmark so we can continue to be that purposeful place for our community in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next is Eduardo Gonzalez, and then I'm going to call on Chelsea Lancaster. So Mr. Gonzalez, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes, hello everybody, thank you. My name is Eduardo Gonzalez. Everybody calls me Eddie. I am a current staff, I'm an employee of La Casa de la Raza, but I am also a product of this great establishment. I attended La Escuelita there back in 1974. So I just wanted to mention that there's some current programmings that are going on there. We have a radio station, KZAA. We are serving world famous tortas out of there that have been being served during fiestas for 40 some odd years. And we have continued to have support for Spanish language AA and Spanish language Al-Anon and other healing circles that are essential during these times. We are also a launch platform for small businesses. Some of you might know some of the businesses. Fernando's Churros started at La Casa, Tacos Pepe, Get Hooked, and the most recent one, Ilubia's Kitchen, which sells El Salvadorian pupusas. For the future, we really look forward to continuing to help these businesses and other ones that they're probably coming in, right? And continuing to work with youth, as well as we have a dream of having a Chumash museum someday at La Casa. As a young man, I grew up in Casa, the Casa de la Raza, and it inspired me to pursue a career in architecture, and it got me to actually go back to school years later in my life. So the building itself is an inspiration. Its architectural integrity is super important to maintain so that the future can be inspired by it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Chelsea Lancaster, and after Chelsea, Cameron Gray. And then after Cameron, I'm going to call on Barry Remus. So Chelsea Lancaster, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself. Looks like you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. It's a privilege to show up for La Casa in this way. Privileged to hear from Ralph and Sireno and so many other beautiful voices who have benefited and grown and self-actualized within the walls of La Casa. I'm calling on behalf of El Centro Santa Barbara, which is on the Lower West Side, another community hub that would not exist without the incredible and beautiful and historic space of La Casa. I want to name my appreciation for the staff that works there, that loves our community in so many ways. When you walk into that Family Resource Center, you receive not just the resources that you need, but you receive them with dignity. You receive them in your native language often. You receive them in a way that you don't receive them in other places. I've seen, I was part of ethnic studies in the beginning of that coalition, those block parties. That's what love looks like in public. La Casa, that space is just so important. The food distribution work that they're doing, that business incubation that Eddie just mentioned, which is so critical. The radio station for folks who are often silenced in our community to have a voice and various forms of expression. I just can't say enough about all the things that La Casa has birthed. And in a moment of civil unrest, in a moment of xenophobia and racism in our country, as we tear down monuments to white supremacy, we also have to be really intentional in maintaining the monuments that are the antithesis of all that, the monuments that are all about love and community and justice and equity and diversity and all those things. So again, thank you for letting me speak today. And just wanted to echo the support of everyone that has spoken today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Cameron Gray and then Barry Remus. Cameron, I've gone ahead and unmuted you. It looks like you just turned your microphone on. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Great, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Cameron Gray. I'm speaking on behalf of Community Environmental Council. Really am grateful for the opportunity to speak, and I'm very grateful for La Casa de la Raza. We have had the opportunity to convene several Central Coast Climate Justice Network meetings at Casa de la Raza in the last couple of years, sitting beneath the historic murals that you heard about today. And the Climate Justice Network is really focused on advancing social, economic, and environmental justice through the climate movement. And sitting under those murals, it's a reminder of something that James Baldwin said. And I want to invoke his sacred words here. History is not the past, it is the present. And we carry our history with us. We are our history. And as the Historical Landmarks Commission, you have an opportunity to really uplift the history of Casa de la Raza today by designating it as a historic landmark. And you have my full support and my full heart behind that. And just really want to appreciate all the amazing things that have happened at La Casa that were shared here today, and kind of its enduring legacy in the community. It is truly a living legacy, as you've heard, about the Climate Justice Network, the businesses that have been started there, all of the different services that have been provided there. So thank you for considering this, and I encourage you to make La Casa a historic landmark for Santa Barbara so we can carry its history forward very visibly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to call on Barry Remus. Barry, I've just unmuted you. If you can unmute yourself. And then after Barry Remus, I'm going to call on Kim Paskitz. I'm sorry, I've butchered many people's names today. Forgive me. Barry Remus, whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and commissioners. I wanted to echo the sentiments of all the previous speakers. You've heard the stories. You see the cultural prowess that La Casa has afforded our community. I don't like to think of there as being a Latino community or other communities. I think that we have different populations and segments of one community. And as you can see from some of the other stories here, La Casa and its history and its value culturally to our youth, to empower, to augment, to incubate, is recognized community-wide, not just on the east side, but as you heard the sentiments from El Centro, et cetera. So we see the need to be able to preserve what this institution has brought to the community and will continue to bring, regardless of whether the building itself is considered historic. But look at the building itself, look at that tower, and the intricate details, the ornateness that's been developed. and not just Manuel Muzueta's wonderful murals, but just to be able to see the appreciation that the entire community holds for La Casa. So we wholeheartedly, both myself as an individual, the Coalition for Sustainable Transportation that I represent, as well as our partners with SB Bike, where our community bike shop, BC Centro, was born at La Casa. We all encourage you to make the findings to agree that this should be considered a historic landmark and make your recommendation to the City Council. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And then I have Kim Paskitz. Kim, if I've just unmuted you, if you could please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you so much. I wanted to voice everyone's sentiments today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please keep going.
Okay.
Please start over.
Okay, sorry. I'm hearing something else, but yeah. I wanted to voice the sentiments made today and voice my support to make La Casa de la Raza a historical, to make it a historical landmark. La Casa is not only a significant building architecturally, but for nearly 50 years has been a sanctuary for communities that are seeking support for immigrant communities. And where any communities that are oppressed can have access to resources. La Casa has, a resource center that offers workshops, trainings, and every year thousands of people of all backgrounds step through La Casa's door on the east side of Santa Barbara. I wanted to say that I'm a part of Surge Santa Barbara, and our initial community meetings were held at La Casa. I've attended art shows, dance and theater performances, community trainings, listened to national speakers, participated in fundraisers and volunteer events there, Posadas and Dia de los Muertos events. It's a place of joy, safety, empowerment, and community knowledge. And this place is a community treasure. And I ask that you please designate Casa de la Raza as a city landmark, giving it the respect and stature it deserves in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, that was the last hand that was raised. I would just like to ask Heidi if we received any written comment. And while she's doing that, I'll give people a last chance to raise your hand if you have not had a chance to speak on this particular item. You can click the raise your hand button and I will call on you.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. We did receive written correspondence on this item that was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
All
Mr.
right.
Chair, I don't see any other hands raised, so back to you. Thank you.
Right. Sounds good. All right, so with that, we'll back to the commission for any questions. Any commissioners with any questions? Commissioner, earlier, I think you might be muted.
I was hoping that you could read my lips, but
I'm working on it.
I'll go with audio instead. If there are no questions, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. All right, hearing none, why don't you go for it?
I'll move that the commission adopt resolution 202043, thereby designating Casa de la Raza 601 Montecito Street as a Santa Barbara City landmark and recommend such to the City Council.
Second.
I'll second.
All right, Commissioner House beat you to it. Sorry, Commissioner Drury.
That's all right.
The fast one, you gotta.
Oh, I tell you, he's quick on the trigger.
All right, any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I'd like to just state, along with the people who commented on the phone, it's a wonderful building by itself, but what it houses, the heart of our local community of wonderful people and a wonderful history. I'm very pleased and proud that we're going to be designating this a historic structure. Thank you very much.
I'd like to echo those thoughts, that it clearly is worthy of landmarking. It's a good example in that neighborhood of this particular architectural style, and it recognizes the good work that's gone on there for 50 some years. And we should add it to the family of landmarks in the city.
All right. Okay, with that, any other comments before we do a roll call vote? All right, let's do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will begin the roll call vote now. We will start with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you all for being part of making it a landmark. All right. Okay, we are on to item 5. And all right, proposed amendments to the Historic Resource Ordinance. All right, so review draft of Historic Resource Ordinance, Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapter 30.157, and public hearing to consider recommendations to City Council. All right. So Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So can we have the next slide to me? I wanted to just go through the purpose of this hearing. This is our second draft of the resources ordinance. We took all the public comment and recommendations of the commission given to us at the end of May and incorporated it into a new draft. And we also sent the draft to the State Historic Preservation Officer, who gave us some comments as well, and we incorporated those. I'm going to review some of the major changes we did, but at the end of today's hearing, we do request that you give us all your recommendations and let us know which recommendations from public comment you want us to incorporate. We will incorporate that into a next draft that will be going towards City Council. It will stop at Planning Commission and Ordinance Committee and then City Council to really keep it moving, and you will have opportunities to review all drafts and comment as they move through the system. Next slide. One of the items we did was consolidated all the processes for repair, maintenance, alterations, relocation, and demolition into one section for all the resources. Commissioner Uli made this recommendation in his version, and it really did make the whole ordinance read much less repetitively and clearly. We also did separate out a separate whole section for El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District, so it's not combined with the other historic districts. Next slide. We did a lot of clarifying and adding terms and definitions. We added quite a few, but some of them are archaeological site and buffer zone. I'll go into buffer zone a little more because we are one of the first communities to have one. And so this is there was not a lot of precedent. So we were working with it, and we'll probably have a lot of discussion on doing so. And I think we'll be one of the cutting edge communities to have one. Cultural landscape, we added the definition. We added the definition of demolition by neglect, as well as added some information in enforcement and enforcing on demolition by neglect in the enforcement area. Integrity, we added a definition for neighborhood, and this we added the definition as recommended by the California Office of Historic Preservation for qualified professional staff. That meets the Secretary of Interior's qualifications in history, architectural history, and architecture. And I think the draft missed saying Secretary of Interior's, which I will add back in because it really needs to be their qualifications, and the person needs to meet that. And as well as we defined streetscape, which is so critical to lots of the reviews we do here. Next slide. Timmy, next slide. We added a graph to help show in a consolidated visual form the different designations and who has the authority, like landmark goes to City Council upon Historic Landmark Commission request, structure merit, just to Landmarks Commission, historic resources inventory, those are added by the architectural historian or qualified staff, and historic district goes to City Council upon Landmark Commission request. So next slide. The State Historic Preservation Office suggested we include the best practices that mirror the National Register criteria for all levels of historic designations. We had those in for the new section on districts, but not all. So we edited our criteria to reflect that. It creates consistency as well, as recommended by the state office. Next slide. I did add a quick chart, and I know it's hard to read here because there's so many words of how the 4 criteria for the National Register do encompass all of our criteria. Most of them in criterion 3, which says it embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, architectural style, or method of construction, or represents a work of a master, or possesses high artistic or historic artistic value and represents a significant distinguishable collection whose individual components may lack distinction. So all 4 of these I feel do meet our 11 and demonstrated that, and we can, if the commissioner or the public would like 1 or 2 that they don't feel is encompassed by the 4 to add it as an additional, we can discuss that today and make that recommendation. And next slide. We did add consistent noticing periods in the current draft, I think, to be on the potentials list, and the structure merit is a 60-day notice, but a landmark's a 10-day notice. So we thought it'd be better to have consistent 30-day notice in advance for all designations. We always notice the owner of every hearing, and and landmarks only we notice the adjacent property owners. Next slide. We did add, the commission wanted the majority of residents in a historic district to be in support of the nomination. And we inserted text that 80% of the properties shall contribute to the historic district. And we added some information about creating a buffer zone around historic districts. That will probably, we envision that being custom for each district, as each district looks different, and the buffer for what needs to be compatible will probably be unique, and we will probably have it hashtagged on a map, or we will tag each property that's in the buffer zone to let people know they're near a historic district and need to keep that in mind when they're developing new projects. Next slide. Again, around the buffer zone, again, we'll probably notify the owners after the district's established that they are in this buffer zone. And we do have already have included in the historic resources element that a 250 buffer is around adobes, El Presidio, and landmarks, and 100 feet around structures of merit. And as staff, we took this direction, and we have tagged every property around 200 feet around the adobes, El Presidio, and landmarks, and 100 feet around structures of merit to let people who are getting permitting or developing or purchasing a property near those buildings that is there, and anything they do needs to be compatible. Because even if it's an ABR or SFDB, they still have to make the compatibility findings, which does say they're compatible with any historic resources. And this lets people know early on in the process that the resources there and that they can plan accordingly. Next slide. We also have the de novo vote, and I forgot to mention, I'm so sorry, that John Doimus is here from the city attorney's office. He's the assistant city attorney, and he can help with this. But we did add that other than additional comment, no new evidence she'll be heard by the council on appeal. We have had a lot of experience where applicants are giving a very minimal presentation to our Historic Landmarks Commission and directly appealing as a way to sort of avoid the Landmarks Commission with better hopes at council. And we feel like and then they do a very elaborate presentation at council. So we really think that Historic Landmarks Commission deserves the entire presentation and same evidence so they can make a decision with the same evidence that council looks at. This does not make it so the less of the public can participate in public comment. And I can, Mr. Doimus can add to that.
And I can add to it. It would be the same procedure as in court. Think of yourselves as the lower court, where you review all the evidence, and council could be an appeal court. And what the appeal court of appeal would look at is just the evidence presented in the lower court. They do not look at new evidence. And that's for the fairness of all the parties, that there's no surprise, no anything. They know what's going to be expected at the next level, because all the evidence should be in at first before you. And council should be looking at the same things that you are looking at.
Okay, and the next, thank you so much.
You're
So
welcome.
helpful. And Conejo Slider, it does need to stay in our ordinance. It was required based on results of a legal dispute.
I can briefly explain on that too. This ordinance and the original ordinance was introduced in 2010. Previously under chapter 2290, I believe it was, we had people prohibited from building in Slide Massey area. The city was involved in litigation. The argument that it was a taking, that the value of the property not being allowed to rebuild was significantly reduced. So with that, you have amendments to the ordinance where we allow people to build within the Slide CMAS, but under limited circumstances. This kind of mirrors that in terms of historical, that there are certain requirements to at least do any additions, remodeling in that. So that's why that remains still the same in the ordinance.
And the next slide. So like I said, the next step will be we'll take all the recommendations from City Council, let us know what you want us to consider and add in the draft. We'll also consider the public comment suggestions as well. We will have to take the next draft to Planning Commission for review, then City Council Ordinance Committee for review, and City Council for review. And we will post every draft, and you can continue to comment if you need and feel like more things need to be addressed. And next slide. And then our recommendation is that you make a motion with recommendations to the council on the ordinance. And that concludes our presentation. And we were here for lots of questions and whatever comments you have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Let's go to public comment, and then we'll go back to the commission. So anyone from the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as Chair Grumbine just said, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I can call on you. I have Mary Louise Days. Ms. Days, I'm going to unmute you. If you could please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon, and I just sent you an unmute request. There you go. It looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. I am mostly concerned again with the El Pueblo Viejo as treated in this ordinance. I do appreciate that it's now in the table of contents, even though it's near the back of the ordinance. I did recommend that last May. I'm very glad the suggestion was taken. I really feel that it's important to mention that there are special requirements for El Pueblo Viejo in that the Historic Landmarks Commission has all power for approval, requests for demolition, all of that sort of thing. I feel it should be in the section in addition to just simply up under the little paragraph about the Landmarks Commission. I feel that with the exception of El Pueblo Viejo should be inserted in so many of these sections that cover demolition and alterations elsewhere in the ordinance. The architectural style section still needs to be rewritten. There was no such Spanish colonial revival style in the 18th century. I think it needs to be written closer to what the original historic structures ordinance had. I'm curious as to why Casa de la Guerra was removed from the architectural style examples, and under the criteria for designations, the 11 versus the 4. We don't have to just have the 4. I mentioned that in my letter. I think we need to look at our 11 again. For instance, the neighborhood feature criterion is not included in the 4. I think we need to look carefully at that. Remember, this is Santa Barbara. We don't have to just emulate everybody else. We were on the cutting edge originally anyway with a lot of these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to call on Anna Gott. It looks like your microphone is live, Ms. Gott, so please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So the first thing I will bring up is the requirement now that says the city council on appeal will not be able to hear new evidence. I do believe that that is something that we should not actually include in the historical ordinance. The reason being is that it is only after an exhaustive review of documents, which in many cases cannot even be obtained before an approval, that individuals find out about substantial information that might change your decision one way or another. And I really don't believe that we should tie up anyone's hands regarding an appeal. The city council and of course the HLC member who attends the meeting could easily provide any additional information at a meeting, would have often in an appeal review of any documents prior to an appeal when the appeal is actually made at to the city. So I really would urge you to remove that stipulation. It's not fair to the public when they don't have the time and resources often to get all of the documents that the city has. The next one is under intent. You actually really should look at including features in the right-of-way and make sure it says something like, it is important to ensure that the landscaping features and integration of the project into the neighborhood are all included in the intent. The next one, regarding the quorum, it says that only one architect would be able to be at a quorum, and I think we might want to have more than that, and actually someone that is a historian. Regarding the buffer zone, often the length that you're, can I just finish this up?
Sure. Real fast.
Regarding the buffer zone, the length suggested may not actually either reach across the street or actually include more than one property on either side of the resource. So I would actually recommend that you increase that, for this. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Okay, you too. All right.
Okay. And then I have Mr. Richard Clausen. Mr. Clausen, I've just unmuted you. If you could unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Kinda. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, and thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'm happy to tell you that I like the proposed ordinance revisions so far, as I expressed in my written comments to you. I believe the revised ordinance will increase the authorities of the commission, and I want to amplify 2 points. First, if the commission is amenable to expanding the city stock of public information documents and pamphlets and booklets aimed at residents and tourists, as other historic American cities do, I volunteer to work on that project with staff to identify excellent outside examples and create new material for Santa Barbara specific topics. Secondly, I encourage you to consider broadly the new references within the ordinance regarding cultural resources. beyond specific built structures to include extended streetscapes, view sheds, neighborhoods, even though the current ordinance definition there is squishy, vistas, and view corridors. And my reasoning is this: cities are appreciated dynamically, not statically by a stationary viewer. There's often a sense of circumstance involved as well. Those who ignore historic views based on standing at a pedestrian perspective already blocked by an existing two-story building miss the point. The city's view corridors are, of course, the length of an avenue, but also its cross streets and intersections. Recent discussions of historic views have focused on fixed visions from the State Street pavement, ignoring the views down cross streets. New buildings on those cross streets, built tall out to the sidewalk, are canyonizing them and eliminating a Santa Barbara cultural resource that is views down eastward avenues toward our mountains. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, the last person that I see who's raised their hand is Patricia Saley. Ms. Saley, I've unmuted you. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Your staff has done a commendable job on revising the ordinance, especially given the many thoughtful comments received. I would like to bring 3 things to your attention. First, the definitions of buffer zones and neighborhood. Ordinances typically have concrete terms and standards, but these 2 definitions are, for lack of a better word, squishy. I understand the need for flexibility as each situation is different. Therefore, I suggest you add a minimum dimension of at least 1/2 block, including properties across the street. Secondly, buffer zones around historic districts and individual resources. For historic districts, I propose that the overlay also include its buffer, however wide that ends up being defined. The description of the district and its buffer would need to be clear, which is in the district, which is just buffer. If it's not shown on the zoning map, it's harder to guarantee that the historic district is respected. For resources, I didn't see any mention of buffers, which is especially important with the emphasis on more housing and EPV. Last, regarding appeals, my concern is that if an appeal hearing is just based on what's been presented to HLC and not a de novo hearing, neighbors and interested parties are at a distinct disadvantage. The applicant has known an HLC meeting is coming up for months, but neighbors may just have a few days to prepare. I appreciate that staff added that phrase about public comment, and I would draw your attention to Kathy Weinheimer's email of September 14th, where she proposed language making it crystal clear that the public may present new relevant information at the appeal hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, that's everyone who's raised their hand. I would just ask Heidi if we received any written correspondence and give any last chances to raising your hand.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. We did receive written correspondence on this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't see any other hands raised, Mr. Chair, so back to you.
All right.
Chair.
All right, and to the commission, Vice Chair House.
I neglected to disclose my ex parte communication before the beginning of this agenda item. And I just wanted to say that as president of the Santa Barbara Conservancy, I've been privy to the discussion of and fantastic comments contributed by the Conservancy members, and those would include Richard Clausen, Mary Louise Days, Susan Gantz, Fermina Murray, Pat Saley, Dennis Dorden, and Kathleen Weinheimer. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, that's a lot of ex parte there.
That was an ex parte.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, parte.
All right, so why don't, okay, any other ex parte communication?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are we in question?
Just as one, yes, once we get into what, I just want to make sure we have all of our ex parte communications taken care of.
I didn't have any party.
Yeah, no parte, no, no communications. All right, so Commissioner Drury, you had a question?
Yes, so my question is just to remove some squishiness, which I guess now is a technical term. For instance, Commissioner Lenvik, those people that Steve House mentioned on the Conservancy all had very amiable comments about the documents. And I wondered, do those just sort of die right there, like Richard Clausen's comments or Commissioner Lenvik's corrections? Do they just die right there, or will they be subsumed into the final document?
Let's actually let me go into a little bit of a maybe an overview of how we can tackle this beast, because it's doing a whole ordinance, reviewing a whole ordinance. So I think there's going to be some like main topics that we talk about, things like the de novo review, the buffer zones. So I think we should probably go through the topics and discuss them piece by piece. The goal in the end is to send this on with our comments of any additional changes that we want to see in all the different areas, and some direction, basically give direction to staff of what we're recommending to keep this moving forward with our comments. So I think because there's going to be so many pieces and fragments, we should probably discuss them and come to a consensus if we can on those pieces and those directions, or at least a majority of the feeling of it. And that way we can kind of give some good direction without going round and around forever. And Ms. Hernandez, because of this, I think we should have, because it's not as simple as questions and then discussion, I think we should have a question and discussion with each piece so that we can kind of work our way through and give that direction. And in the end, we can just say with all of our directions, that we went through.
Okay.
Probably our best way to tackle it.
And we will individually go through, again, each one of the public comment after the recommendations too, if there were minor ones, and if they're appropriate, we'll address them.
Good, thank you.
It's that old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So we'll start taking bites. Okay, so
Mr. Chair, do you want to start with de novo? I mean,
sure.
It seems to be the most kind of complicated issues, and maybe we can get that out of the way and move on to more planning
Sounds
matters.
good. Sounds good. Let's talk about the de novo. And so, Ms. Hernandez, maybe if you can, for each one of these, kind of bring up some of the summary of where things are, refresh everyone's memory, and the reasons why, which some of them you've already touched on, and then we can have and then other points that were brought up by the public or other things that matter for this point, or key like pros and cons and arguments, and then we can have that discussion. And I'll jump in too, because I have some notes on some things as well to add to it, to questions and discuss.
And I suppose, Mr. Chair, with respect to de novo, it's good to have the attorney, since it is really a legal thing.
That's true.
Right. You know, to begin with, and I think Mr. Doimus can expand on this, but I don't think the appeal is used to because the public couldn't prepare for the HLC hearing. Usually an appeal is based on somebody not agreeing with the decision of the HLC, and he can expand on that.
Sure.
And so, but what we have been seeing is that when applicants on the applicant side do get to an appeal, they're presenting much more evidence that you all did not get the opportunity to see. So you all are not getting the chance to do your job that council appointed you to. And often council's like, oh, well, maybe we should send this back to HOC. And so we're kind of caught in this position, and it's not that we don't want the public to participate, and always the public is encouraged to participate and noticed of all of the hearings, but we really want to make sure that you all as the HLC get the benefit of really understanding the whole process before it goes to council, and then they think they're like, then they're seeing something completely different.
So, Mr. Chair, I've got a question of the city along this line.
Yes, please.
All right. So to me, the overall issue is whether or not this historic resources ordinance has a provision in it that sends an appeal to council on a regular process or exempts it from some regular process. So if items are appealed to a higher body, is it a requirement of the appeal to designate whether it's de novo, or are they automatically a de novo hearing in front of the next body up?
Sure. Chair Grumbine, Commissioner Uli, it depends on the hearing. There may be some hearings where an appeal will be reviewed de novo independent. Usually appeals, though, a lot of times, especially in the Court of Appeals, that kind of level, it's not, it's a review of the record below. So what the ordinance here is doing is, this is what this ordinance is doing, essentially. You're the expert. This body is the expert in this area, right? So there's great deference given to this body. That's why it's not constitute de novo review, and that's why the record is limited. However, the ordinance does have language in there that if something is newly discovered evidence not originally presented to the commission, the council's own discretion can allow for that. So it kind of tries to be fair on both sides. But the most important part about, well, again, why I reiterate why you don't want new evidence in there, it helps both sides prepare for an appeal. They know it's a closed universe about what documents were reviewed, what was considered, why, and allows both sides to make a good argument, and also allows the body, the council beforehand to know, okay, looking at they'll get this evidence and material beforehand. So it helps formulate questions, everything else you would normally see in an appeal hearing. And so, but at the same time, it does have language in there. If something truly is, maybe should be considered, or something new came about that's so urgent that it has that flexibility.
All right. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Early?
I don't think that really made it any clearer than it it can be confusing. And so really, I guess what I want to get to is not all appeals going to a body are de novo, are required to be de novo, because they all have, it already has its own thing. I don't think we need to rewrite de novo hearing procedures or any of that other business in this particular ordinance. I think what we're trying to do is set up how a project gets to the next level on appeal, and whether we want to restrict the appeal to matters that were already discussed at an HLC hearing, or whether we want additional material to be presented to the appellant body that we didn't hear. And so my own opinion is that if someone appeals an HLC decision, the appeal going to the next body should only contain the material that we were privy to in making our decision, because it would be unfair to have an appeal that contained much more material than the HLC was privy to in making their decision. I find that unfair. So my own sense would be that it be a de novo hearing and only contain evidence presented at HLC.
And just to give reference to that's, for example, on Court of Appeals, your regular court cases, the Court of Appeal have rules. They won't look at the administrative record, and the administrative record starts with what's heard before your body. They will not look, the Court of Appeals will not look at additional evidence in terms of appeals, and for the same fairness issues you describe. And the importance of putting this into the ordinance is essentially so all the applicants or the participants or people who have standing, and that includes people who participate or even make public comment, would at least know the rules going into that.
Great, thank you. Any other? Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes. So, I know that there's the fear was expressed that, the public doesn't get much notice, and then they feel blindsided. Well, I don't think that's entirely true, because there's a notice for the first hearing of a new project. and then it goes through maybe a number of meetings, and at each meeting has been the public is now well notified and is gathering its forces. And I think that by the time you say, we make a decision in the commission, and you say you have a 10-day to appeal to the city council, the public has been well notified over the course of these 2 or 3 hearings. And I think that the idea of laying in wait with a body of new evidence, so the appeal applicant is going to drop a whole bunch of new stuff in front of the city council that we hadn't heard is patently unfair. And I would think that the city council probably should have that slim discretion to allow it, but I hope it wouldn't happen very often. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Drury. Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Drury. I believe that everyone has had a fair opportunity when they're before us. We take action based on the information we've got, and we have to rely on the city council to make their decision on an aesthetic basis and not a political basis. And a lot of times what happens when you have more information thrown at you at the council level or planning commission level is it becomes a political decision. And I believe we have to rely on the council. If they see additional information that affects the aesthetics of a project, they will send it back to us for our additional review. But neighbors who feel that they have been mistreated by the Landmarks Commission, I think are very rare. And I don't think we mistreat neighbors or the applicants. And I believe the council can deal with that quite nicely. And I think that a level playing field is what's important.
All right.
I don't think we mistreat them intentionally.
Only some of us do.
We mistreat each other.
So any other discussion on this item? It's seeming like, and I'm in agreement with what everything's been said so far as well. It's seeming like I don't know if less than 2 meeting review, and that was for the super simplest thing ever that has happened. So it's never a one-time review and rejection or whatever, an appeal. So it's almost always many meetings, and there's plenty of time for everyone to give input. So, and I also appreciate the additional rewording that was done to make sure that in the odd chance that there's something that's super important that comes out that's found, that it can still be brought in if there is something for that. So I appreciate that additional language as well.
Mr. Chair, and in any public hearing, it does not preclude public comment, because public comment is a right, state law. So anybody can say anything in public comment. It's a matter of submitting new or different evidence that the lower body wasn't privy to.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner House.
Just to be clear, we're saying that as rewritten in the second draft, we're okay with that. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing. And any other, any other wantings to add or subtract from it? All right, good. De novo, check. Or non-de novo, or whatever that one was. Okay, so on to buffer. Oh, I have a list, but I had buffer zones as the next hurdle to get over to discuss. So
why would you buy your list?
All right, let's do it, and then we'll add to whatever other pieces that anyone else has after the list. Okay, so buffer zones. So, Ms. Hernandez, if you could kind of give an outline of where we are in the ordinance and the historic resources element, how they relate, and where the numbers are coming from in terms of buffer zones, and also the buffer zones for the whole historic district, which EPV is, and then also for individual historic resources. So sort of where we are currently in all
Sure.
buffer zones.
Hey, Timmy, could you go back to the buffer zone slide? It's like 2 back, maybe. That one, yes. So buffer zones or buffers, were outlined in the historic resources ornament or elements. Around individual resources, it was suggested to have a 250 feet and one around Adobe's El Presidio and landmarks and 100 feet around structures of merit. So lots of initiatives in the element are staff directives. So we have taken that and we have marked every property around those in that radius so that they're aware of the landmark or Adobe or structure of merit and that they need to be compatible and sensitive to that. Lots of times that means they call me and we talk about
Commissioner Uli, did you have a question about it?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I just wanted to interrupt you just for a second.
Yeah.
Can you clarify the 250? Because I believe what you mean is it's 250 feet from the property line where the landmark or resource is located and not 250 feet from the resource?
Yeah, I mean, everything is done through our GIS system, so it's from the parcel.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that that just really makes sure that people can develop proper planning when they're planning a project and they know what's there, just to get people aware of what's going on. It does not put them under your jurisdiction and it's not codified at this moment. We can add this to the ordinance or some iteration of it around individual resources. In the draft that you have in front of you is just first coming up with a definition for buffer zone, because I looked in ordinances all over and we were one of the first to do it. So it was hard to find a definition and we may be one of the first to do it. And I do think we are going to have a different buffer zone around each district, but I did like some of the public comments, suggestions of making it half a block and including across the street and including it, you know, they're going to have to be part of the district essentially. We just need to, so we're kind of going into a gray area, and will that buffer zone, it'll be under HLC jurisdiction, and what are the rules in the buffer zone different from the rules of a full-fledged building in a district? So these are lots of things we've been discussing, and we tried our shot to put it into the ordinance, but
But thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the first point of clarity is that whenever we state a number like 250 feet, I think we have to make sure where the marker is. So if it's from the property line, then I don't think we have any streets that have maybe the exception might be Cabrillo. Or the lower part of State Street, where the right-of-way is wider than 100 feet. You know, in typical residential neighborhoods, the right-of-way is 60 feet. So if the 100 feet is from the front property line, you're going to get the guy across the street in the notice, right?
And actually, I wanted to clarify that point too. It's not just in the notice, but it's also that has, if I'm understanding this correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hernandez, but that is also part of the findings. So when the ABR or HLC or whoever is going to be the one making the findings, they have to make the findings that it does not impact the historic resource within that range. Is that correct? Or is
they do have compatibility criteria they need to meet, and one of those is that they're compatible with adjacent historic resources. And that's why we have them, we notify that as quickly as possible and have tagged all the properties so that people don't spend $20,000 on architectural drawings and have not even paid any homage to, say, a 3-story Queen Anne that's next door. You know, we're trying to help people be aware of them and incorporate them into their planning, so everybody, and also the ABR, so they know, like, when they're reviewing a project that there's a resource next to it, or the single family design.
So I'm imagining the concept of this buffer. I realized that I've never read a historic resources ordinance that had a buffer in it, so I understand how unique it is. And earlier public comment suggested that Santa Barbara is unique. Well, okay. I'm imagining this much like the sphere of influence in a planning document where the city boundary has a sphere of influence over the geographic or the political boundary of the city, such that you consider what's in that sphere of influence. So I see this much kind of the same way. And I don't think it's going to be as unique as it's characterized. You know, if it's 250 feet from a parcel, it's just going to create a sphere of influence that should be considered in decision making. I like the idea. I think it's pretty straightforward.
So, actually, as well, another thing to be considering, I think, in all this for everyone is not just the buffer zone distance, but there's one question of that is whether it goes into the ordinance or not. Is that right? Whether it stays in the historic resources element or whether it goes into the ordinance as a specific thing. And then the other question, or another question, is jurisdiction and buffer zones. So, because right now, currently, and do we have any thoughts or feelings on that, or do we have any control over that? Because right now, you know, in the buffer zones, if it's in ABR, and even though it's in a buffer zone, it's still either the what's it called? Whether it's in a historic district or if it's next door to a historic resource. In either case, if it's not in EPV, it goes to ABR or single family design or whatever, and they just make findings in addition to it. So another question is, do we want to be the ones, and if so, in which cases, that are reviewing buffer zones with districts and buffer zones with individual resources?
Are you suggesting that our workload is going to increase because we're going to start?
Right. We want more work. Well, and let me actually elaborate a little bit more on my thought process on it. Some of the thoughts I was thinking when I was thinking about this was, if there's a difference between a district where there's a conglomeration of structures that have a theme or have a time they were built or whatever, have a connectivity that makes it a district that 80% of them qualified for. Then there's usually something next to that might butt up against it that is a different character, or it might be a hodgepodge of characters or whatever. But it seems to me like that buffer zone transition, it does need to be thought of as a whole transition, or at least for portions of it, as a thoughtful transition from the historic zone to the non-historic zone. And I think sort of in that sort of major shift from zones, from districts to a different zone, it might be best for HLC, because it has to do with the historic portion that is already designated, be the deciding factor, especially if it's not a big buffer zone and doesn't mean that it's a lot of the city, but at least in that transition space, HLC would seem to be the proper body to be reviewing it, because it's reviewing a transition zone, not just a single property. So those are some thoughts I had on it, but I wanted to throw it out there as an idea.
I think
Commissioner Lenvik.
You want to finish, Uli? You want to finish?
No, I think I can hang on to my thought until you and Drewy chime in, since I'm monopolizing the conversation.
My question is similar to what the chair has expressed, is that you have EPV, and there may be no landmarks or structures of merit at the border of EPV, but across the street or on the adjoining parcels or whatever, there is a very non-complementary building being proposed. And so, you know, we expect that at some point in the future, there will be a appropriate building in the EPV. And should there not be some kind of buffer on the adjoining parcel, which is not our jurisdiction? And I think that's what you were saying, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
Now, it maybe isn't maybe we shouldn't be the one who gets involved in that adjoining out of EPV parcel. Maybe the ABR has to be have their regulations or standards upgraded so that they're aware, and they may have and maybe they should have the authority to ask for our comments on that non-EPV project. But I share the concern that we have, a well-organized, appropriate architecture in EPV, and right next door there is no transition. So I share that. Don't have an answer, but I share.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes, I'd like to sort of build on that or continue Commissioner Lemick's line. So if there's a historic structure on a street, and across the street is no longer EPV, but they're proposing a Las Vegas style hotel, that would sort of go against the whole idea of neighborhood compatibility. And wouldn't that weigh in at some point? I mean, that would sort of extend that sphere of influence. I mean, it's really throughout the city, neighborhood compatibility is not just restricted to EPV. Wouldn't that have some sway in terms of?
Yeah, I mean, ABR has to meet the compatibility criteria, just like, well, they have to meet that as well.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez, go ahead. So, the other thing I was going to ask you is the buffer zone around a historic structure, does that extend in all directions in terms of the linear feet, 250 feet or whatever it happens to be? That's across the street, behind it, going into maybe the next neighborhood, down the street on both sides. Is that correct?
That's what we have now, just for at least notifying people of when they, when they, and that is in our system, and we can tag it. And it's also, you can see those on our map, the city's interactive map. You can see the sensitivity area. It doesn't pull those into your jurisdiction, but it really helps to let people know when they're planning a project, there's something special close by, and they need to take, they need to put that in their planning process.
And this ordinance seeks to expand that a little bit.
It would codify it. So it's already done as a direction of the element, but it would codify it.
All right, thank you.
So I suppose the real crux, Mr. Chair, the real crux is whether or not we think projects in the buffer fall into the jurisdiction of HLC or can remain in ABR. And my concern about that is that there's no real expertise on ABR to judge the value of impacts to historic resources. So it seems to me that one of two things would have to occur. Either those projects fall under the jurisdiction of HLC, or there is a requirement in the ABR guidelines that those projects go to HLC for at least an advisory comment or something of that nature.
Yeah, I would support that. That's a good idea.
Does everyone else feel sort of similarly? That would make sense to me. I would just say only in the way, whatever way is the smoothest. If it's going to add cumbersomeness and tripping up to come to or go to ABR, work through it, then go send it to HLC for comment, and then come back to ABR. If it's going to add extra legwork and time, then it would seem to be simple. If it's more streamlined, just go to HLC. I would go that way. Whichever way would be the most efficient.
Well, Mr. Chair, would it be possible to have a joint meeting? I think we've done that before as well, between ABR and HLC.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's going to be schedule-wise, and everything else is going to add. It's going to add that'll add a big. I don't want to go to their meetings.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
My clarification on that would be that these would be matters on the consent calendar. And if the consent calendar thought that it was a bigger issue for the full HLC, then you leave it to that judgment, because that's I think an effective way to handle a volume of these things if it occurs.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Does staff have any?
Go ahead.
Could we give options on the table? Can we like leave comments with both of those as options, or does there need to be direction one way or the other for on that particular part of the buffer zone discussion?
Wendy, did you have a comment on this?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Lendick?
I don't know how we can write into this ordinance anything that would limit the ability of the ABR or any other body to act and do what they've got to do. We have to live with what we're putting in here and not recreate an ordinance that binds anybody else to the landmarks ordinance. I think that we have to rely on ABR's ability to, ask us for advice, make good decisions, whatever, or the city will grow and it will change and it will be all right. But we can't limit them in our ordinance, in my opinion.
Well, I think that the ordinance is about defining boundaries as well. And I think that if we're defining the boundaries and saying who's in charge of what, it's not us. Remember, we're not writing this ordinance. It's the city council is gonna be adopting it. So if they want to change boundaries or change the rule of who make a buffer zone and say who rules over it or how that sequence goes, I think that's possible, right? And seeing Ms. Unzueta, you're here to answer that, I'm sure.
Maybe not specifically that, but I did want to indicate to Commissioner Lemvick's point, we would also want to caution having to also amend the ordinance for the ABR. So in order to have that, that kind of overlap or that ability. So I just want to make sure we haven't had a chance to review. At least I'm not able to tell you right now whether or not that is something that the ordinance either allows or doesn't allow. But certainly I think that what you were saying about if that is a direction that your commission wants to take, we can look at both of those and both ordinances and try to basically, rectify them to be consistent, because obviously you don't want to be taking away the authority from the ABR without that process being undertaken through an ordinance amendment. But they can that could be something that could be discussed at council, of course. And if the direction is there to do it that way, then obviously we'd have to reconcile both the HLC and the ABR ordinance.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Early.
It would seem to me if the intent of this buffer zone was to do a coup on the ABR, then we would say the entire city would be under the jurisdiction of HLC, but I don't think that's what we're trying to do. And also, it's troublesome to me to suggest that there should be a buffer around a resource if HLC doesn't have a role in what happens in the buffer. So, why have a buffer if we don't have a voice? Let the Architectural Board of Review do its thing as they do now, and if they're smart enough to ask for our advice about a resource, then that's the better for them. And if they don't, then we have to be more diligent about reviewing their projects to make sure that it's not impacting resources. I'm sure that's what staff does already. So if we've got a buffer, we've got a role. If we don't have a role, we shouldn't create a buffer.
I have a question. And I guess this goes to what Commissioner Uli is saying. When I read this and it says 250 feet, to me, that means if it's within 175 feet, we do have a role. So are you saying that my understanding is inaccurate?
Yeah, Ms. Hernandez?
Well, for the individual resources and what we've done so far, which is tagging them in a sensitivity area, and if they're not historic resources, they go to ABR. It just lets people know that they have to meet that compatibility criteria and be compatible
Sorry, Ms.
to the
Hernandez,
resource.
Go back and say that to me, just to make sure I understand this, because I do think I misunderstood. So as I'm looking at this buffer zone, it says El Presidio, 250 feet, you're saying from the property line. And so are you saying to me that at 175 feet from the property line of El Presidio, we have no say?
Well, that's not necessarily true because a lot of that's in El Pueblo Viejo. But if it's outside of El Pueblo Viejo or a district and it's just around an individual resource, you have no say.
All right, let's
it goes to ABR and they are aware there's a historic resource nearby. For example, the junior high school. The junior high school is under your jurisdiction, but not the buildings around it.
I guess I'm confused as to why we have this buffer zone then.
Yeah.
If I may add, the main reason for the buffer zone is noticing, right? It's noticing of current property owners or future property owners in terms of that they are within the buffer zone, and then potential requirements that would be for compatibility if it would go to ABR. So the entire purpose is noticing for property owners in terms of current or who come to that. And then Commissioner Chair Grumbine, in terms of, I wanted to respond to an earlier comment about comments. If there is a affirmative comment that you would like to see or addition to the ordinance, then we recommend adding it. If there's options that makes it difficult, what we could do is during our presentation of Planning Commission, list the options that the commission proposed and then let Planning Commission decide to hash it out. That could be one possibility. It would make it at least easier, smoother transition moving this forward. But to answer the question, the buffer is purely there for noticing for the property owners.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a point of clarification, for mine, so is there an option to ask for that HLC for historic districts only, which includes EPV, but and also the Brinkerhoff and other historic districts that there are right now. So for historic districts, which we do and is in our purview, that we also and as they get made, the historic districts, they will go out of ABR's or SFDB's purview and they will go into our purview. I wanted to make sure that was correct. If a historic district is made, that is not therefore in our purview. Is that correct first?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
As historic districts get made, they become into our purview. So there's not any problem with saying as well, if enough commissioners want it this way, that we also review the thing in the buffer zone as well as the historic district, not just the historic district. There isn't anything that wouldn't be changing ABR's anything, would it? Because we're already doing that with the historic districts.
What you'd be doing is, let's say you create a new district, what's in the district remains in your purview. What's outside, a buffer zone you create, right, to help support that historic district, that would be without, but that's where the noticing comes in. So you wouldn't be annexing the whole, both the historic district and the buffer zone, but you would be instrumental in implementing a buffer zone. That's what you would do. And then the noticing would go there, and that would be in the purview of the ABR.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I think there's some clarity happening here, and that is it's a noticing buffer zone, not a project review buffer zone. It's purely for the purpose of notifying owners adjacent to a resource that they are adjacent to a resource, not an ability for us to reach across the property line and review their project.
That is correct.
So I think it just needs to be clarified that it's a noticing buffer zone, not anything.
And I also want to make sure that that's not an option. We can't ask that buffer zones be reviewed by HLC. We can't ask for that to be the way it is. Or is there no
in terms of projects? That would be an overreach, right? It's a noticing, and then because it doesn't necessarily make it a historic district. It's just surrounding and support. But with that, if there are projects in the buffer zone, ABR would recognize that issue and deal with it when it's being.
Okay, so that's just the clarity I wanted. I just want to know what we can actually do, what is our purview, and what are okay things to ask for and what's not. So that seems to be, if that definitions and everything works within that internally, and we can't ask to even be part of that buffer zone thing, then okay, that makes sense.
Because I think, Mr. Chair, I think that gets back to Commissioner Limvik's point about allowing those other review bodies to fulfill their role. And if in their wisdom, they want our advice on something because they're struggled with it, then so be it. And if not, well, that's the way it is.
Makes sense.
I agree with that. I have to say, I'm surprised that we have spent so much time when we're behind schedule on something we're really just talking about the semantics of, and I really agree, Commissioner, this title in blue should say noticing buffer zone or buffer zone for notifications. It seems like
Yeah,
we spent
I
an
think
awful
we're spending time on it because it isn't well defined, and we're not. This is an ambiguous kind of newish thing. So
Yes,
I
for
have one
clarity,
for the-
this
I
was
have one
brought
for
up in.
I have
Oh,
one
go
for the
ahead.
comment, if I might.
hold on. Sorry, Ms. Hernandez, then Mr. Lenvik. Sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Hernandez.
Just for clarity, this was brought up by several of the public comment, and it's outlined in our historic resources or element, and it really does warrant the time for us to really clarify what it means, because not many other communities have it. So by us really listening to the public and trying to hash this out will really provide clarity as we move forward.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes, that was, I'm following up with Nicole's comment. We received an email comment from, from Marie. And in it, she prints out the compatibility criteria as part of, I believe, the general plan or whatever. And it's a good definition in and of itself. And if we read that or think about that, that compatibility definition maybe should go into our historic ordinance, either modified or in total. And it gives, I think it gives some understanding as to what compatibility is from our standpoint. So I offer that only.
Okay. So and if we can, we'll try to move on from this piece. But I think in terms of in terms of sort of summarizing this portion, it sounds like regarding the buffer zone, is everyone good with putting the 250 feet around adobes, El Presidio, and landmarks, as well as 100 feet around structures of merit for this notification buffer zone into our ordinance instead of where it is right now, or both and in our historic resources element? Is that sounding like where everyone's going with it? And now we understand also that it's not in our purview. It's only in our purview to make these bubbles and not to actually review the things in the bubbles. So is everyone good with that?
I'm good with that as long as it says in the language that it's from the property line. I want it to be clear that
Yeah, okay, from the property line. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on buffer zones? All right, we're the buffer zone slayers now. Okay, on to the next one on my list, and I think that was the hardest one actually. So I wanted to go over the local criteria versus the national register stuff. There are 11 local criteria versus making it 4. If we can pull up that slide and the graph portion as well, or the grid portion. So the comment, and let me try to summarize what the thinking or the different thinkings or thoughts are on this. So we have the 11. 4 is standard for state and national. Is that correct, Ms. Hernandez? And so in an attempt to both unify our forms so that we can go up the ladder as fast as we want or as slow as we want with a historic resource. And Commissioner Uli has been very helpful in this as well. And also in being able to scale from local to state to city or to country. It is helpful if we use similar forms and similar language and similar numbering. The question as well, though, is are we catching all the ones that we have that we found were special about Santa Barbara, the 11? Do those get caught in these 4? And if not, what additional pieces do we want, which we could do the 4 and then add the pieces that we find we still want, that we find are not covered in those 4? Is that a pretty good kind of general summary of what the question is before us here, or what we want to get into?
Exactly.
Okay. And I'm going to throw in a few pros and cons that I see with it both ways. Is the good thing about it is just the going with the 4 is the scalability aspect of being able to go state as well. In addition to it, one of the other pros I see with it is at least of having the 4 is that the more and more it seems like state-wise they are only kind of taking the state side, like their state view on things, including ADU laws and others. And it seems like there's a benefit to having things at least mesh and overlap with state, so that we can kind of easily make those transition of resources if we want. At the same time, I also think that there's potentially some pieces, and one of them was brought up, some pieces that it might be hard to fit exactly into the number 3. And we might want those additional pieces for that are that we value that might not quite make it into the way that the state and country ones are worded. And the I, its unique location or singular physical characteristic representing an established and familiar visual feature of a neighborhood. It had jumped out to me as one of those ones that seemed like it's a little more specific and a little more clear than the 3, and it might not be able to be interpreted into 3 of the state. And so those are my initial thoughts on it, and of pros and cons. So others, everyone else's thoughts on?
I'll jump in. Having a great deal of experience having to deal with these things. The 4 elements on the National Register, I think they're actually labeled A, B, C, and D as icons. I think are sufficient, and I could see item I on our list. Well, first of all, let me back up. If we're only concerned about designating something at the local level, then it doesn't matter how many criteria we have. You know, we could have 45 criteria or 1 criteria. It doesn't really matter because it's all discussed and decided at a local level. Once it gets past the local level, if it doesn't fit within the lexicon of the state or the national process, then they get confused. And if they get confused, then they bounce it back, and it takes a lot of effort back and forth to mesh it. So that's my opinion about the criteria. There was public comment about item I believe, that you pointed out, Mr. Chair. But I think the uniqueness about item I is the characteristic of the neighborhood. And if you read 3 under the National Register, the only word missing from that statement is neighborhood. So I think you could easily incorporate the word neighborhood. It embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, architectural style, method of construction, work of a master, present, blah, 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 or neighborhood. You know, you could fit that within that statement and still have 4 criteria. there certainly isn't anything wrong with adding a fifth criteria just simply to take I and make it 5. You know, I think that's pretty straightforward. Now, in my opinion, what does all this mean? Because as I said, it only matters locally, but it really matters when you get to state and national. So if a property were designated only at the local level using one of these A to Ks, and that property then wanted to go to the next level, like I said, it's challenging. But then if they wanted to file for a grant, and the granting organization only recognizes the 4 at the national level or has a hard time meshing item K with any of those 4, then that grant becomes much more challenging to fulfill because it doesn't fit the mold. It doesn't fit the criteria at the state level or national level. So I think that's an argument to reduce ours down to the 4. I think Mr. Hernandez has done a great job mapping where our criteria fit in those 4 criteria. And I think they're broad enough that it can do what we need it to do at the local level. Here's my speech for the 4 criteria.
All right. Any other thoughts on this? Arguments for, against, one way?
What
Okay.
Mr. Uli said made perfect sense to me.
Okay, so do we want the other piece I would say, and I'm not, and this is just scanning again, is D. It's exemplification of particular architectural style or way of life. It's it's exemplification of the best remaining architectural type in the neighborhood. And maybe if that neighborhood, that verbiage was worked in in both ways into 3, there might be a way of getting some of that last best example in the neighborhood type of thing. It might be able to be caught. It might be overthinking it because it might get caught in other nets of architectural style that are fine anyways, that still give it a reason for being in 3. But seems like that portion get worked in. Okay, so are we in agreement on that? So basically, keep it to 4, but add in those 4 criteria. Add into number 3. Try to get work in. What's that?
Neighborhood.
Yeah. Work in the neighborhood concept from I and maybe E, if it makes sense to.
Yes.
I think once you work in the idea of neighborhood into the criteria, then it doesn't really matter if it's saying something about E or I. It's that you're pulling the context of neighborhood into the criteria.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So is everyone good with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Next one on my list was the demolition by neglect question. And some of the questions of early neglect or partial decay, or mostly dead but not all dead.
The leaves are wilting.
Are you talking about us?
Yeah, it was a description of the HLC. What's the this was brought up in public comment, but also in some of the letters that we received and was partially addressed. And if Ms. Hernandez, if you can talk a little bit about the difference in the language, and what current rules are in general and with this ordinance, and if there might be reason to make it more stringent for early neglect.
Yeah, so the definition is just, what is demolition by neglect? It is when a building falls into such a state of repair that it's sort of, the neglect eventually causes its own demolition, right? The enforcement in it, what second point we get involved is under the enforcement section, and we can maybe make it clear that we can enforce on early stages of demolition by neglect. You know, that we had a very strong demolition by neglect ordinance in the last in New Orleans. The humidity makes those buildings deteriorate very quickly, and it's much easier to give someone a demolition by neglect violation when it's a $300 plants are growing out of your building than what's a $5, $10, $20,000 your bricks are falling and there's cracks. So we might want to clarify in the enforcement section that we can enforce early when we see signs of demolition neglect. I'm not sure if that belongs, like the definition is what it is. But where we clarify how soon we can get involved. We don't want to be involved when it's already demolishable. We want to be involved when we start seeing that there's some serious signs of this is happening.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Lee.
Is this, could this be tied to neglect? Isn't there a portion of the zoning code or something about neglecting property and having trash heaps about? And there's a whole enforcement effort about nuisances and other things. This is, you know, kind of along that line. You know, if someone is trying to get rid of a historic resource because they're neglecting it, you know, it's more of a nuisance than it is. They're not connected.
I don't know, but I do know that earlier in our own ordinance, and we have this now and we use it, historic resources must be maintained and preserved in good condition and repaired by the owner in order to preserve the historic resource against future deterioration. So we have used that against owners in the past. And then we have it further in the enforcement section as demolition by neglect. So we have it twice.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to research how it connects to other part of the zoning ordinance. I don't have that on hand, and I don't know if Mr. Doimus knows, but I know we have failure to maintain and repair such resources shall constitute a public nuisance enforceable against the property owner. And we can add that.
Chair Grumbine, Commission, we've had enforcement cases on property owners, obviously for neglect. Sometimes we've had one case where we put a pause because we thought it may have been a historical resource. We were going to require the owner, it was actually a receivership case, to demolish it. But before we even did that, we wanted to see if it was a historic resource before we'd even allow that, instead of make the receiver repair it. It turned out not to be, but both parties agreed to rehabilitate the property anyway. This was under a new owner. But so we've had enforcement steps taken on those issues. And depending on the property, what the appropriate abatement action would be.
Okay. Well, I'm in favor of enabling the city and HLC to enforce our rules. Otherwise, why have them?
So are you thinking of having things a little more stringent than we have, or just enforcing the rules that we already have?
Yeah, let's enforce the rules we have.
Okay. So does anyone feel like we need to add language or beef up more the question of the neglect? All right. Okay, on from the neglect question. See, what were some of the other ones? Those were the main ones on my.
Should we add classification to buffer zones area?
Sorry?
Should we add the word or term notification to buffer zone?
I think they made that note. Yeah.
So we're okay. All right.
Okay. Any other topics that people want to discuss and get more, and including Ms. Hernandez, any things that you want more feedback from us on?
I have some comments.
Okay.
Nicole, you mentioned that you had picked up some of my stuff that I mailed on to you. I can't hear you.
Yes, and I think Heidi forwarded it to the commission as well.
I would like you to bring up page 6. Well, yeah, bring up page 6 under definitions. Facade.
Oh,
I'm concerned about the definition for a facade.
Okay. I know you had mentioned that you thought it should be more
Can it be
inclusive
brought up
than just the
here?
front. I don't think we can bring it up, Timmy.
You don't
No.
really.
I don't know if Tim has it.
We don't
The
have
ordinance
this.
we're discussing, cannot be brought up before us. Facade reads, and if you notice, I've been kind of going off screen a little bit. My other computer is sitting over here on the side. Facade reads, the front of a building or that part of a building visible from the public right of way. Now, a facade is all 4, 5, 6, or 7 elevations. And I think it's got to be defined as any exterior elevation of a building.
I would agree with that. I
I
think
don't know
with
how you get to that point. I don't, what did I say on my markup? Oh,
You thought sometimes the sides
Yeah,
or
I say,
and other parts are important.
I say the side elevations not visible from the street. In many cases are, well, that's some of my argument. As important as the street elevation. So facade is any exterior elevation of a building. The primary facade might be, as you define it there, visible from the street or public right away. I mean, that could be the primary facade, but all elevations are a facade. I also, did you agree with me on my deletion, on my wording change on page 2?
Yes, we're deleting structure and merit at that section.
Yeah, it doesn't belong in that, it's a description.
Yeah, that was a typo, I think.
Yeah, page, let me go look here, page 2, I'm gonna go down scroll down here.
Thank you, Timmy.
Oh,
Timmy
excellent.
pulled up the ordinance.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was offline for a minute there. I was technical difficulties trying to get my audio to work here.
Okay, so what I did is on page 27, page 27A, and I emailed you on this, Anthony.
Yeah, I did want to talk about that.
Other acceptable styles than California Adobe, Spanish, Colonial, and Mediterranean styles of architecture. And I think we probably could gather everything under Mediterranean, but as I mentioned, I think it is probably unfair to some architects who may not understand that and feel they've got to fit themselves within 3 styles.
Yeah, sorry. I did want to cover that one. Actually, that was one of the ones I forgot. I did have some notes for that. And Commissioner Lenbeck had put out some suggestions for it. So in reading our style guide over the weekend as well and trying to mesh it, I think part of the trouble is, or part of the problem, or part of the issue is to try to get the language from our style guide, our guidelines, our EPB guidelines, to mesh properly with the ordinance language, so that it's clear and that they equate, even if one gets more elaborates more or the other. So but the language in our EPB guidelines talks about Spanish architecture, especially of the late 18th century, early 19th century, and then it jumps to Spanish architecture in general, and Mediterranean, but it jumps to giving preference to 1915 to 1930 Spanish colonial revival and Mediterranean. So trying to work some of that language together, and the families together, right, because they're all related cousins kind of thing, it leaves some blanks, like the Mission Revival, right, which is late 1800s to early 1900s, but it's a cousin, and it's part of EPV, and then it also leaves Pueblo style, Pueblo revival, which is related very, there's a lot less, especially in EPV, but it's there. There's Spanish colonial revival. You're right, Commissioner Lendick. It could be just used as a sort of the big umbrella of Spanish colonial revival, because it could be like anything Spanish is Spanish colonial revival. You can kind of throw it in that bag, but it's not really the most accurate. So in discussion with Ms. Hernandez earlier today, in trying to figure out language-wise, I had the idea of maybe trying to tie it to the styles, architecture styles that we have already named in the style guide, which are Italian Mediterranean, Spanish colonial revival, I think we do it in Adobe, and using that language, and then adding some that we might develop further down the road in our style guide that we haven't done yet, which would be Monterey and others. But it is, I was trying to figure out a way to get our language to jive with the other language that you've been using EPV guidelines wise. So you bring up a really good point. There's subtleties within the styles that we don't want to, we might want to say, look to the architecture style guide for that. Maybe we list them there. Maybe that's an easier way, rather than trying to do it all within the ordinance with hitting every single one of those styles. So, yeah.
We do pick out 4 or 5 or 6 buildings and we reference them.
Yeah,
but
I know.
But they're not inclusive enough.
Yeah, and they're not an exhaustive list. So maybe if you want, Ms. Hernandez and everyone else can throw in ideas of building types, and maybe we try to get at least one from every style so that everyone sees there's at least 5 or 6 or 7 variations of a different, Italian Mediterranean, like the Masonic Temple, and Spanish colonial revival, like the courthouse, and we can get a kind of a range that people feel like there's a lot. That might be a way of doing it. Yeah.
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes. So we can put several examples that we've discussed here today. I can add, comma, including but not exclusive of, or mission, Italian Mediterranean, Adobe, and the under Spanish colonial revival. There's some subtypes like the Monterey, Chirigoresque, Plateresque. But we can add that there, and then this kind of goes to Mr. Clausen's comment. We have the draft of the Historic Resources Guidelines with the style guide. And once we get the language and the ordinance sort of set, we plan on making that language consistent with the new ordinance and bringing it soon after to you all in council for approval as the companions, and updating the HLC guidelines and having all this supporting material supporting the language of the new ordinance. So that will also describe the styles, and we'll make sure they're all the same language. And I will add those in.
How does this get into the ordinance before you send us to the planning commission? That's my concern.
I will add it into, we're going to add all the recommendations that you make today into a draft before it goes, a different draft that's going to go to the planning commission.
Anthony, the mission arcade up at the mission, and actually, you get inside the mission there. That's not Spanish colonial revival.
No,
that's a question.
No, not at all.
I would call that more mission. Revival.
Revival. It's reviving a mission that fell down.
I would call it rural Spanish revival. But
so regarding the language, and that was an important discussion point. I think one of the key things is we need to tie it to language that's regularly used that people can look up in books. And the rural Spanish is going to be a tough one. So could we do this? Could we, in the ordinance, not get too specific into the weeds and point to for these examples and others, and that way we point to the historic resource guidelines. Sorry, not historic resource guidelines. I'm getting all my language guidelines mixed up. Historic resources element. Can we point to that and flesh it out more with a lot more examples and the nuances of the styles? But we can just keep it simple in the ordinance, saying Spanish or early Spanish and Spanish revival and related Mediterranean styles as seen in the historic resources element, something like that, that gives us the flexibility to develop the element into the weeds more with more examples of different styles, and then tying that to stylistic artistry, stylistic examples that people can look up in books, so that they're not looking up something that they're not sure of, down further along.
Commissioner Grumbine, if I may.
Yeah.
I was going to exactly suggest that. That would be easier when you get something very detailed. You wouldn't want that in the definition section. For example, a lot of ordinances, whether it talks about policies or procedures, they reference some book, etc. So it would be more appropriate if it was in that, where you can be more detailed and something easier to change as things go on versus actually changing an ordinance language. And then I wanted to ask, in terms of taking your comments and making sure in our next draft that goes forward, I did want to see if this definition of facade would work then for Commissioner Lundvik. Facade means any exterior wall of a structure, including projections from and attachments to the wall. Would that work in terms of facade? Because that at least covers, or you'd want it more detailed?
Read it again.
Sure. Facade means any exterior wall of a structure, including projections from and attachments to that wall.
Well, it's the wall, it's the roof. I mean, the roof is part of a facade. I mean, it's that whole elevation. So,
and I can include
the elements that are on it. Yes.
Yes, and I can includes balconies, decks, porches, roof, chimneys.
Yeah.
Enclosed quarter. Okay. That helps then. Thank you.
Chair.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Uli.
Well, I wanted to chime in on this discussion. I think good ordinance crafting doesn't get too far into the weeds. And so my suggestion is we don't name a style of anything. We point to a reference document that we rely upon when we review projects, like our standards, our guidelines, or other things that can change much more easily without the burden of the ordinance creation and amendment requirements. I wouldn't even put it in a definition. I would just simply point to these other reference documents that we can change easily.
It's not in the definition. It's in the description of areas within EPV.
Then I would eliminate.
Yeah.
I would point to a document that we can change easily that enumerate. It can go on for hundreds of pages about the various styles and examples and samples and details and et cetera. We just need to point to it.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, one of the things that you're going to have to deal with, you and whoever else is on the liaison with the State Street whatever, is I think there's going to be a pushback from some people on the Mediterranean, the style of architecture that we expect to see in EPV and on State Street. And you've got to have, in my opinion, you've got to be able to clearly point to what the current ordinance says, to be able to feel comfortable in saying this is what Santa Barbara is it needs to have.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all, but it's stated in our guidelines and our design guidelines that are a requirement to be followed. So it doesn't have to say that.
They actually asked me that question, and I said it's a charrette, so you can have whatever ideas and thoughts and whatever you come to mind. If you want them built, it should be Spanish colonial revival, or it's got to follow the EPV guidelines. So because we have to have those findings. So it's just the reality. So I agree. I think we're in a good place with this. I think it's sounding like everyone's in agreement that we point to elsewhere, to wherever that elsewhere is for it properly, and then we leave it simple in the language there. All right, and thank you, Mr. Lundvik, for all your great comments. They were very good. Did we cover all of them? All the ones that you wanted to?
I believe so. Okay. I mean, I look at, for instance, I look at on page 36 of the document. It's the section which says review of minor zoning exceptions. And I believe that it's saying that we review minor zoning exceptions. If I look up and down, I would probably see that. But what it says is that the commission shall, in addition to any review required to this chapter, review applications for minor zoning exception. Do we approve? Does review imply approval? My question is someone comes up with a lawyer and says, well, go ahead, review it, but it doesn't make any difference to me because, we're going to, you don't approve it by this. So my question is, and the attorney is here someplace, when it says review.
We just get our
review and
lawyer.
approve?
Our lawyer's gonna beat up your lawyer.
I mean, review and approve? Is that what it says?
Don, can you answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm 100% certain. What's the specific question asked to review and approve, Commissioner Lenvick? Just so I'm 100% certain on your question.
Well, you don't put the words and approve in there. You say review only, and you're happy with that.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay, good.
We can reject
that's all you have to do. You don't need to do that. You can exactly. You don't have to worry about being tied up on that.
Right.
Don't worry, you can be mean.
Yeah. Since I'm on, I just want to make a quick clarification earlier too. We're talking about de novo, not that I'm bringing that issue up at all. You guys did an excellent job handling that. It was just the what can be introduced, and it's what Commissioner Ugly said too, is public comments. So someone, it's required under law, and someone wants to bring up something during public comment, that's fine. But the evidence is closed, and for the exact reasons why, for fairness. And to move things forward. So I just wanted to make sure that the only thing new would be someone could state something new in public comment. But that would be it. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm through. I'm through.
All right. Any other issue?
Yes,
Commissioner Uli?
Mr. Chair. Oh,
back to Lindvik's
Go
point.
Commissioner Uli, then Commissioner Drury.
okay.
On this matter right here in front of us, review means that we're looking at it and we could approve it or not approve it. I suppose we could be mean and say we're going to review it but not approve it. Go ahead, Drury.
All right, Commissioner Drury.
Thanks.
Are we, is this a wide-ranging discussion, or are we following a?
No, we're trying to tighten down. We're trying to get moving.
Okay, so one of the things that came up in, I think, Mr. Clausen's letter and a couple of others was the idea of cultural resources. And I'm very big on that, and I wondered if that was all buttoned down to everybody's satisfaction.
I think we added a definition.
Do you want to give it's in there? Do you want to give any more summary as to?
Well, I think Mr. Clausen's letter had, and I think maybe Mary Louise Day's as well, but somewhere in that vast array of mail we got was a very cogent analysis of what a cultural resource is, that it's not just a building, that it's never static. When you go around something, there's the back of it is just as important as the front of it. I mean, I think of the Mission Creek Bridge and Mission Canyon. I mean, that's a complete intact cultural resource that extends all the way to the museum and all the way to the mission. And so all that, I think, it's not just an individual set pieces, sort of like chocolate chips and a cookie. It's the whole cookie. That's kind of what I took away from it, and I would be
the glass of
supportive
milk
that.
too, though. And the glass of milk.
Are you hungry?
All right, Ms. Hernandez.
So anyway, I think the idea is that I'd like to know what the other commissioners think, but I think that's as important as any single building in the city. Thank you.
Ms. Hernandez, did you want?
We did add definition of neighborhood and streetscape to sort of give you guys, when you're reviewing things, this broader context than just the vacuum of the resource alone. Like, what else is on the streetscape? What else is in the neighborhood? So those definitions are in there as well.
Are you pleased with that, Ms. Hernandez? I mean, does that fit the bill, do you think?
I do.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, and I guess we can expand it in our comments in a particular project.
Yeah, I think that, and we can ask for, as we have, ask
Yes,
for,
yes.
you know, require that as part of the discussion and the study.
Okay.
Is there,
Okay.
and is there any more on that anyone has in terms of the cultural resources question? Any more discussion, question about it? Okay. And anyone want to throw another?
I don't want to move along arbitrarily, but we're way behind, and I'm wondering.
I know. I'm trying to finish this off if we can. All right. Any other last and very important burning issue that we need to tackle with this ordinance? All right. So I think we've given a pretty good summary with all the different comments along the way. So is that good for sending this on with those comments?
Yes, we will incorporate all your recommendations and comments again and go individually through all the written comment that was sent to us for the next draft and make sure we'll let everybody know when it's posted. You can always send in written concerns and comments if you think of any. We really appreciate all your input and time. It's really important. We really want to make sure everybody's voice is heard.
And Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that HLC recommend, with the discussion we've had and the various public comment that has come in and suggestions, recommend this draft ordinance to City Council.
I second
that motion.
All right, Commissioner Drury, you did it. Good job.
Yeah,
You got it in there. Yes.
All right,
Mr.
under discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just going to suggest adding to that motion recognition of the excellent work done by Nicole Hernandez, John Dwight.
Absolutely.
Totally agree.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we don't want a lawyer who's involved in it too, I'm sure.
We'll even thank the lawyer on this one. Thank you. And any other discussion? All right. Roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan. I think you might be on mute, Commissioner Mahan.
You say Mr. Mahan?
I said Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
This one gets an aye.
That was unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you. And thank you again to all the public, members of the public who have spent so much time putting great thoughts into this, and for staff for making sense of everything and bringing it together. It's really a great labor of love there. So thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene for the next item, archaeology report. Historic Landmarks Commission, September 16th. All right, we are on to item 6 and 25:15, and I know that Commissioner Drury has to leave in whatever 35, 40 minutes, so we'll try to keep our charge going here. So item 6, 2515 Cliff Drive Archaeological Resources Report. I request acceptance of the Phase 1 Archaeological Resources Report prepared by David Stone, Wood Environment and Infrastructure, Inc.
I move acceptance of the report.
All right, that was fast. Ms. Plummer.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, Mr. Stone had to leave the meeting a little bit ago. As you know, we were a little bit behind schedule. But the report conclusions were fairly straightforward. There wasn't any action or mitigation measure that was required as part of the report. And Dr. Glossow did review the report and conclusions and agreed with those.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner, Ms. Ostringer, do we have a,
Hi.
do we break any rules?
Well, hello.
I missed you. Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Uli, we do need to open and close public comment before we can take action.
I meant that.
Thank you.
Funny, and maybe I did just drop in on our hearing.
Yeah, she's always watching. You got to watch out.
I know. Thank you, Tava. Mr. Chair. So if you are attending the webinar and would like to comment on this particular item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I can call on you, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. I do not see anyone who's raised their hand. I see that Brian Kernall, that your hand is raised, but I just want to confirm that I think that it's just because you've joined the meeting. So I don't think that you wish to speak, but did we receive any written
I think Mr.
correspondence?
Kernell is always wanting to talk.
I know.
It's hard to get him to shut up, actually.
The poor thing, he has an automatic, his hand goes up automatically when it comes to the meeting. So Heidi, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you, Ellen. And to the chair, no, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, back to the commission, and Mr. Uli, would you like to do something?
Yeah, if there are no comments, the next report, I'll move that we accept the report.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Howe, second. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are on to item 7, and downtown and waterfront city right-of-way project design approval and final approval. We know the project, if we can just, the bike share project. So this is for project design approval and final approval are requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility criteria. The project was last reviewed on September 2nd, 2020. And we will review those comments shortly here. And Ms. Plummer or staff, do we have any additional comments before we kick off? Okay.
No, Mr. Chair, we don't. They're here for a decision today. So, I'll let the applicant make their presentation and just where they are asking for a decision at this hearing.
Okay, thank you. So this was last reviewed, I want to say 2 weeks ago, and the motion was for Oh, I guess we'll go through both, but there was a first motion for final approval of the black color in the kiosk without the scroll. This is by Edmonds. The motion failed due to lack of a second. The second motion was for continue indefinitely with the comments that the commission believes that aesthetics are not appropriate to the downtown core of State Street. It was action by House, second by Drury, 5-2-0. Edmonds and Uli opposed. The motion carried. Okay, so with that, if we have the applicant here. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dayton.
Good evening. Sorry your meeting's late. Try to make it as quick as possible. Thank you. We appreciate your time and want to tell you about the bike share program again. I'm sure you're familiar with it, so I'm going to be very short. I want to go to the next slide and just walk you carefully through it, just to make sure that there's an understanding about City Council's involvement. There was some ambiguity last time. So the bike share program comes from the general plan, and we put out an RFP for bike share applications. That went to council. So council created the ordinance. Council put out formally did the request for applications, and then we selected and then brought to City Council the selection of the particular vendor, in this case, B-Cycle. So council selected the vendor and exactly what they proposed. So if you go to the next slide, exactly what they proposed, this is their proprietary dock. So this is what was proposed and approved, and I totally appreciate the HLC's saying that this is not appropriate. It's not something we can change. The only thing that we can change with this is color, without going to something totally different and having the city spend money on it. So this is what we're stuck with, although I do feel like it is the best bike share option that the city of Santa Barbara has encountered. I'll go to the next slide. I'll just show you these really briefly. You've seen them before and kind of what they look like when they're positioned on the street with and without a bike. We'll go to the next one. I know that you're familiar with these pictures. This is the 1.0 station, which there are several of these in the waterfront where the demand is a little bit more and the signal docks are not as appropriate. And then we will go to the next slide, and just as a reminder, the ABR did approve these in black for their section. The green ones are the 1.0s, which I showed you before. And then roughly the locations for the other ones are spread around accordingly like this. And so just to walk you through a little bit, next slide, I want to walk you through one of the concerns the HLC mentioned, which we're completely sympathetic with, is the question about bikes on State Street in the future. This is definitely, as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, a question that is out there in the community and needs to be answered. There is a State Street subcommittee that is working on this. And actually this Monday, at our recommendation, they recommended going to a number of boards and commissions, one of which is your commission, to come specifically to the HLC to get input on the future of State Street. So what I'm trying to tell you is you don't need to make a decision through this bike share. You can actually make your recommendation to council. This will be coming in October, probably your first meeting in October, to talk specifically about State Street and what is the experiences that are appropriate on the street. That's when you'll be able to recommend to council that direction. In the meantime, during COVID and the State Street is in a flux. So we're flexible. This particular B-Cycle is willing to put them out. If council decides that they're not appropriate for the street, we'll take them out and put them elsewhere. This is only a 3-year pilot program. So there is still the question if bike share is even appropriate for the city in a permanent basis. So this is all an experiment in the first place. So what I'm trying to tell you is just to alleviate your fears about will bike share, rule the day? No, the tail's not gonna wag the dog. Actually, there is a formal decision on the plaza and the future of the plaza that the HLC is going to be very involved in. So next slide. there is a big deal it is a big deal that the council did make this direction, and these are proprietary docks. This is the technology that was proposed. This is the technology that council approved. There are significant costs and manufacturer delays and financial ramifications for this vendor by continually moving the ball down the field and delaying this. This is actually a big deal. They've hired people to come to the city. They're ready to, they're honoring their commitment to council. And so we do encourage you to approve this. We do recommend the color black to mimic what has been done in the ABR areas. We do think that that's appropriate. And we do welcome and invite and will be at the Historic Landmarks Commission to get your input on the future of State Street and gives the subcommittee specific directions on bikes or no bikes and the appropriateness of putting the docks on State Street or not. That would be if there's bikes, there would be docks. If there's no bikes, there would not be docks. There was a question also, just to finalize, Mr. Chair, that last time about putting bikes on the side streets. The side streets of State Street, the sidewalks are pretty narrow, and we don't have the room actually to put them on the side streets. That would actually be causing some obstruction. So we did look at that, and there are some locations where there are not enough room, but primarily there's not enough room. So with that, I'll turn it back to the chair. We do encourage a recommendation to proceed in black, and we thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners.
Mr. Chair, you're still muted.
Sorry about that. So if that concludes the presentation, we'll go to a public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment can raise their hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are interested in commenting on this particular agenda item, please raise your hand using the hand icon and I will call on you. And you will have 2 minutes to speak. Looks like I'm going to call on Richard Clausen first and then Kent Epperson. Mr. Clausen, I've just unmuted you, and if you could please unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Rumbine. Mr. Dayton's comments notwithstanding, and with great respect for him, the staff report that he wrote and delivered to the Downtown Parking Committee in February of this year said that, quote, locations for the docks will need to be identified, studied, and approved by the Historic Landmarks Commission or the Architectural Board of Review, end quote, which suggests the intent was for the commission's purview to extend beyond simply the color of the docks. The online PDF from B-Cycle shows 15 specific images for placement of docks at the waterfront, but only 5 example stations for State Street, which will be where the site of 60 to 70% of the docks are placed. HLC should require images, specific images of all proposed placement sites on the historically important EPV route on State Street prior to approval. Most of the images in the PDF document show the sleeker 3.0 station without any nearby enrollment kiosk, which is really the more intrusive element. Precise proposed placement images should show also the accompanying enrollment kiosks. None of the examples images of the bicycles shown the suggested commercial signage attached to them. HLC should be the arbiter of signage according to the municipal code regulations, which define mobile signs as a sign on a vehicle advertising a good, service, or entity other than that for which the vehicle is principally used. On March 2nd, Mr. Dayton signed the bike share operator agreement. And on March 19th, a mandatory statewide stay-at-home order was issued. Due to the COVID pandemic, there have been substantial changes in the use of State Street, and I won't enumerate those for you. But I suggest that we are in a situation of force majeure, where the city could legally suspend performance of a prior contract for the duration of the force majeure. That would allow more time for the commission to resolve issues of purview and dock placement. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next is Kent Epperson. Mr. Epperson, I just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is live. After you, I'm going to call on Anna Gott, and then Barry Remus. Go ahead, please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Kent Epperson. I'm the Director of SBCAG Traffic Solutions. We host Open Streets events, Cycle Mania, our bike month, and we publish the countywide bike map. Having been involved in bike share planning in Santa Barbara for about 10 years, I was really grateful to be invited to sit on the Bike Share Selection Committee. The committee unanimously recommended B-Cycle, mainly because of the low-profile docking stations that would result in less clutter and chaos on State Street that might have come from a dockless system. We also like that the company agreed to modify the look of the bikes to better fit Santa Barbara. My understanding is the HLC is shared concern about bike share docks on State Street and even having electric bikes on State Street at all. I'd like to make a couple points. Proximity to shopping and tourist attractions is key for bike share to succeed. State Street is where many of the bike share customers will want to go. Docks located in high visible locations will get used. Docks that are not won't. Last year, both the Bike Share Selection Committee and City Council agreed that the bike share system should feature electric bikes. This is because electric bikes will get greater use than standard bikes and will expand the reach of the bike share system, serving more people and destinations. The State Street is the spine of downtown bike network, and it's where businesses and jobs are. It's the only safe connection between downtown and the funk zone. Bikes make up half of the traffic on State Street, and we know that promenades need a critical mass of people to be vibrant and alive. To not allow bikes on State Street would immediately reduce the amount of foot traffic on the promenade, thereby jeopardizing both viability of the permanent promenade as well as bike share. My opinion is that we need a clearly marked two-way bike lane in the center of State Street for faster moving traffic such as bikes, skateboarders, and runners to avoid the gauntlet of pedestrians, strollers, and dogs. Please approve the installation of bike shares docking stations on State Street per staff's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Anna Gott, and then after Anna will be Barry Remus. Ms. Gott,
Good afternoon, commissioners. The first thing I just want to point out is if you look at the report for HLC and take a look at page 2, you will see an example of a single bike with a bike stand. It is actually replacing a bike stand that is already placed on State Street. What the report doesn't say, and what no one wants to acknowledge, is that all of the free public bike stations on State Street, wherever these docks are placed, will be removed and they will have to be replaced somewhere else. So we are now, again, having a private company use our public spaces for free, and we are displacing every bike stand that we have now in those same locations. I also agree with Mr. Clausen's suggestion regarding the issue of approval and actually seeing all examples of every single location. But more importantly in all of this is that your purview is not just color, it is actually the locations of items in the right-of-way. This HLC approved every single location for where a bench was supposed to be on State Street. It approves the locations for different utility boxes. It approves locations for bike stands in other areas of the city. Your purview is a building permit. These all require a building permit. But beyond all of this, while I hate to say take away parking, the best and the most obvious thing to do here is to actually place these particular stations in public right-of-way in the street or in a private parking lot, meaning our public parking lots in those little private spaces. That's where these need to go. It's the easiest thing to do. It is, and it will be very available to everybody else. And I just want to remind everyone again, this requires a coastal development permit in the coastal zone under your HLC jurisdiction for those locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, next is Barry Remus. And then after Barry Remus, I'm going to call on Hillary Blackerby. Mr. Remus, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. Again, I'm actually relaying comments from our Executive Director at Coast. Her name is Melissa Cunningham, who unfortunately had to leave due to the belated schedule today. Before I relay her comments, I do want to indicate, as far as I know, in response to the previous comment, our understanding at Coast and SB Bike is that the city does not plan to remove existing hitching posts. In fact, I believe that their plan would to be, and Mr. Dayton might be able to confirm this with questions later, to any place where docking stations would go, they would relocate hitching posts in another location. So normal bike parking should not be affected. And so Ms. Cunningham's comments. Santa Barbara is a bike community and a bike-friendly travel destination and is filled with people who care about the environment. We have an opportunity here to finally catch up with and join the ranks of multitude of cities around the country and the world by bringing bike share to our community to help people get out of their cars so that the environment will be healthier and people will as well. We need bike share now. The pilot has already been approved unanimously by the City Council, as you've heard, and by the Architectural Board of Review last month. And now you are being asked to make the findings for design approval. There was concern expressed at the last hearing about bikes on State in general. But note that it's critical that State Street remain open to bicycles because it is officially the spine of our bike network defined in our bike master plan. It's the safest way to get to and from the waterfront. It brings downtown businesses and vitality to a struggling downtown core, and it provides a corridor for our local workers, many of whom who don't own a car, to commute by bike. Indeed, the future public demand of the promenade will include bicycles. Alas, the future design of the promenade must include bicycles. Bike share in Santa Barbara will make the environmentally friendly choice of choosing a bike a lot easier for visitors and locals. Bike share needs to be on State because it's the heart of our city and adjacent to our transit center, the train station. For tourists and residents, being able to grab a bike for an hour or two and explore further from out of the core will also bring business and vitality to a much wider swath of the city. So the bottom line, oh, I'm out of time.
Yeah.
We really need to get bike share in Santa Barbara. Thank you all for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Hillary Blackerby and then Edward France. So Hillary, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone's live. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Hillary Blackerby, speaking as an individual today. I am also a member of the Transportation and Circulation Committee. Thank you for putting this back on your agenda. I really want to sort of provide some context, and having followed this for many years now, it's really exciting that we're to this point. Your public works staff have worked very hard to come up with a Santa Barbara specific solution for bike share. That's what they've brought to you. And I would say that your purview is color. To a certain extent, you can't dictate the exact shape and structure of the thing as much as you might want to. We do have some limits here, but I think that I'm participating in the charrette that's going on right now. And the concept of looking towards the next 100 years has been brought up many times, as back in 1925, the city looked 100 years ahead. I would say that not just in the next 100 years, but in the next year, in the next 5 years, our city and our Historic Landmarks Commission needs to be realistic about the present in addition to the past. And that involves bikes, that involves bike share, and because of how they are, it involves docks for bike share. As Mr. Dayton laid out, the council is supportive of this. There's a lot of talk about what the HLC's role is, and I would say your role is how it looks within EPV, and it's not the location of this. That's left up to others. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank
and
you.
Then I have Edward France. I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is live, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Great, Chair and Commissioners. I just want to appreciate your all's consideration of what is a historic element in the city of Santa Barbara, which is bicycles down our main thoroughfare. When Spanish Revival came to be, bicycles were a vibrant part of are reality. They are today, and they probably will be 100 years from now. In terms of massing, this is significant, and I don't want to downplay the value, importance, and consideration that's necessary for adding bike share to our community. It's also a long time in coming, and it's crucial. So I appreciate your historic lens to make this generation of bicycles a complementary part to the beauty and historic belonging of the street furniture and everything that complements our right-of-way in the city of Santa Barbara. Thank you for being a part of this important chapter in our city.
Thank you.
Okay, then the last person who's raised their hand is, again, it's Brian Kernal, and I hope this time you do wish to speak, but Mr. Kernal, if you could please unmute yourself and clarify.
My hand is showing as down.
Oh, really? Okay, it's
Sorry.
still showing us up. I'm sorry. I'm gonna, yeah, just
It's
for,
a confusing icon, Brian.
It's the worst icon ever. We've confirmed that a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down, as shown in the bottom right-hand corner. So yeah, now your hand is down. So hopefully we've got that clarified, and I will never call on you again when you don't want to speak.
See, Brian, design matters.
If it's green, my hand is down. Right?
Correct.
That's right.
Yes, correct.
So
it makes
sorry.
no sense.
So sorry.
No, it's very confusing. Thank you so much. And I'll just ask Heidi if we received any written correspondence. Otherwise, that's the last hand that was raised.
Thank you, Ellen. And to the chair, yes, we did receive written correspondence for this item. Pardon me, and I'm losing my voice. And it's been distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll close public comment now and back to the commission for questions. Let's start with questions. And I know Commissioner Drury has 8 minutes. One thing I do want to clarify on this is that the applicant is asking for a decision, sort of a yes or no kind of decision, or a for us to send those comments to City Council. If I'm getting my lingo right, because we're sending our decision or comments to City Council because it's still zoning. It still has to go through zoning. There's the coastal side of things. So we're sending comments. Is that correct, Ms. Ostringer?
Chair Grumbine, and to the commissioners, the applicant has provided what they consider a complete presentation, so they're entitled to a denial or an approval by the board. So if you will be making the same findings that neighborhood preservation findings that you normally make for any other project. If you can make those findings with regards to this project, then you can approve it. If you can't make those findings, then you would deny it. You, like always, need to explain how the project meets or does not meet those findings, the because that comes after that of the language. And if the purpose is, if the project is appealed, then those findings are submitted to council so council understands why you made the decision that you did.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions to the commission? Any commissioners with any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Edmonds, and then we'll go Commissioner Drury after.
I just want to confirm, because we heard 2 different things about the current bike stands for other cyclists, whether they are being removed or not.
We have no plans. Thank you for that, Commissioner Edmonds. We have no plans to remove any existing hitching posts or benches with the current placement.
And sorry, and by hitching post, do you mean the bike hitching post or the horse hitching post? Okay.
The bicycle hitching post, but actually we're working around furniture. We're not planning on moving any.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Does that answer your question, Ms. Edmonds? No. Okay. Other questions from the Commissioner Drury? Sorry. Yeah.
I think it's Mahan.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Mahan. The Irish, they all sound the same.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Yeah, I have a question, a couple of questions for Rob. Is the city, will this generate any income for the city?
No, this does, commissioners, this does not generate any income for the city. In past years, actually, one of the reasons why we were not able to implement this is because there have been very expensive programs to pay someone to operate a system like this. And so we're very delighted that they're going to they're doing it at their cost. So these bikes are extremely expensive. They're $2,000 bikes. The actual mechanism that we find to be the most minimal and orderly is a very expensive mechanism. It has a cell phone in it. And the only way they profit or make money is by the rides that they charge.
When they charge, but they charge the people that use the bikes, right?
Yes, of
course. Is there a sales tax on that charge, or could there be a sales tax on that charge?
I would actually ask Morgan Rainmaker, the director of B-Cycle, to come on. I think she's on the call. If she could click on and answer that question. I'm not sure how they operate in terms of sales tax.
I think it would be important for you to
here we go.
Understand to review that and understand that.
Well, let's see if we have the answer here.
Okay.
Rainmaker?
Yes, hello commissioners. There is sales tax that's included in the user fees that are presented to them.
So that sales tax would come back to the city as revenue to the city.
Yes, to the city. If it is sales tax, which thank you, Ms. Rainmaker confirmed, yeah, then it would come back to the city. Yes.
So the use of these bikes would generate revenue for the city. It appears because through sales tax.
Sounds like it.
Okay. The other question that I have is you know that we took away a parking stall in front of the Handlebars coffee shop and put bike parking in there, and it's been very successful. I want you to look at the side street. I'm still interested in getting some of these bike parking off of State Street and onto the side streets, and maybe we could take a couple of parking stalls, or there are red curbs that could be where we could put some kind of things around to protect them. And red curbs, I think when you come to the end of the block, there's always a red curb, isn't there? Because there's some kind of a turning function. I would like to have you look into that and see if there isn't some way that we could use some of the street on the side streets for the use of some of it, so that maybe some of these stalls have to go on State Street, but maybe some of them could go on the side streets, and that would be. I'm very concerned that we get too much stuff on State Street. So I would like to have you look at that and see if that isn't a possibility. It's worked very well in front of Handlebars, and we're very proud that we made that decision. So those are my questions right now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So,
All right. Other questions?
Just to answer that, yes, Commissioner Mahan, we can do that, and we are too. I just want to reassure the commission, we too are concerned about clutter. We don't want to have clutter on State Street. So, for instance, for example, if in fact the pilot program got extremely popular and we needed more, I think that Commissioner Mahan's suggestion is a very real positive way to go. Is to look at that parking lane, but then we would also have another process with business owners that we'd have to look into, and then also our traffic engineer. But definitely, I think that is a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Right. Sorry, was that Commissioner Lendick or Commissioner Drury? That was.
I have a question.
Okay, question
for Mr. Dayton. Oh, there you are. You said the city selected a vendor. City Council. Is that right?
Of the applications that were chosen, yes, B-Cycle was one of the applications of 3, yes.
I assume then that there must be an approved plan showing where these are going to be located, that city approved.
No,
I mean-
actually, no, we don't do it that way. That's a really complicated, more bureaucratic way of doing it because things are shifting all the time with furniture, and we're actually not sure until we get out to a location exactly what's there. So the vetting process that we were conducting right now is that B-Cycle put their best foot forward in the proposal, and we reviewed that, and we council approved their proposal in kind, and then now we're working with them on specific locations.
But Mr. Dayton, you know that the ordinances that Landmarks works under requires us to have a plan to approve. And you're telling us that there is no plan for these locations? I find that surprising.
Actually, my understanding is that is not the case, that we put bike racks, and I can tell you in El Pueblo Viejo, I've put in at least 300 bike racks in the last 3 years in El Pueblo Viejo without any Landmarks Commission approval because
you should not have said that. You're gonna get hauled before a city council for not getting permits for doing work on the street. How can you do that?
Well, of course we will follow the rules, but we have been told the rules that
yeah, but I can't imagine.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back
Yeah,
to.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I have a question, Mr. Chair. I mean, I find it hard to believe the city council would approve a project that did not have a plan for where the placement was going to be. I mean, what if we walk in the door one morning and find that there's 25 bike racks in the front door of City Hall? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. And you're saying that did they approve the color? City council?
No, sir. We're here with you for the color.
Okay, we have the option of approving a color.
That is the purview that we have been told.
So actually, as a point of clarification, on this, because this has been discussed from the last 2 times it's been before us, and it is my understanding that we're not just reviewing the color, we're also reviewing, because it's going on in EPV, we're reviewing the location as well, and that's part of it. And I thought that was part of our purview, is to locate or to review the aesthetics, including the location and how that affects the State Street. Ms. Ostringer, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, Chair Grumbine. So I haven't read the contract. Mr. Dayton can confirm. Most of these contracts that we've worked on before state that the city and the vendor will work together to find the locations that these bike stations are appropriate for. So that's the authority that council grants to Public Works for the placement of these. It's within your purview to decide whether the placement of these bicycle racks is appropriate within the EPV, excuse me. So you're looking at it from color, but also you can decide if it's appropriate in the EPV. That is one of the findings that you would make under your neighborhood preservation findings.
And a little bit more on that. Is that's sort of the general umbrella of does it even belong in EPV? The other I thought was that in specific locations, whether it is aesthetically appropriate there as opposed to somewhere else, around the block or whatever, or is it just the question of whether it belongs at all anywhere in EPV, whether it's acceptable? Or am I just, or is it clear?
Chair Grumbine, so the locations will be determined later. So right now you're looking generally at color. And I think that's what Mr. Dayton's trying to express, that the location.
So if the locations are, because for example, if we review a bench for being right in front of something, or we say, no, we don't want it there, we want it over there, or because it looks better there, or we want planting over there because it looks better there, or trash cans there, or signposts or whatever, wherever those pieces are going, we regularly review those pieces and ask them to move them slightly around and have purview over that. And are you saying that that's going to come later in terms of where they get located will be up to us? But the first question is whether they belong at all in ETB aesthetically or not, or is it the only thing we can really be looking at is color and general aesthetics of whether they even belong in ETB. I'm still not clear.
Right now, your purview is color. You're looking for color.
But how?
I don't buy that attorney's comment. It's not consistent with the city's law. I don't buy that at all.
I'm confused about this because if our motion has to make findings that's compatible with the neighborhood and including its setting, which is our normal findings, then it would seem like if we can't make those findings, and normally that has to do with its exact location that's being proposed, that seems very. It seems like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. If we're just being asked for color.
Mr. Chair, are we still in questions or are we in comments now?
I think we're still in questions. We're trying to figure out.
I have a comment that I would like to make about the location. I was a project architect for the State Street Plaza in 1968 for the first 6 blocks from Victoria down to Ortega. And I can tell you that each business was very, very concerned about what went out in front of their buildings, whether it was a planter, whether it was a bench, whether it was a tree, whether it was open, whether it was a trellis. They were very, very concerned. And I think that the businesses and the property owners are going to be very, very concerned about what goes out in front of their buildings, because if they decide that they want to have the tables out there, they don't want to have bike racks there. And so I think that the location of these things is very, very important. And that location falls as a responsibility to the commission. And I think that everybody should recognize that we need to scrutinize this very, very carefully. These locations, if we're going to do them, are very, very important. And that's why I've been hoping that we could get some of them moved around to the side streets so that it would be an easier problem. But we need to look at each one of these locations. They're very important to the businesses. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, the applicant's asking for a decision. So this would be something that if you decided that you couldn't support the project and couldn't make the findings, this would be something that you would want to convey in your motion and in your findings. And I think that would get you past it. And council will review this if it goes on appeal de novo.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Uli.
The more that we discuss this, the more challenging I think it becomes. It's not simply a matter of judging whether we like black or not. It has a greater context than that. And if we can't make the findings that we require on every other project that we review, then it seems to me our only action is a motion to deny the project.
That seems to be what I'm hearing from a number of you and myself. That's my thoughts and feelings as well. In lack of simple clarity on it, I think that how can we make findings for something that we're less, we're not sure how it will actually work out. Mr. House?
Just before, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice
sorry,
Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to just kind of wrap that up.
Okay.
It would be in a trying to contrast it with another review. It would be like asking the applicant who's waiting for his project under concept review to say, well, we're just going to deal with the paint color now and we'll deal with the building later when you come back at some other date. We've got to be consistent. If we're dealing with design elements, placement of elements, the color of elements, all of these things, it's all or nothing. I think Mr. Lindvik said that First time we heard the matter.
Vice Chair House.
Mr. Chair, I am totally in accord with the comments that are being made. To reinforce that, we're being asked to give it a preliminary design approval, which is recognized as the major approval. So we don't have the option of going back later and saying, oh, we don't like these locations. We gave it project design approval. So I don't know how we can do this backwards. Normally, long-range planning needs to precede short-range actions. And so, I've been saying all along, this is the cart before the horse. I mean, it's just a backwards way of doing things. I'm resentful at the whole way this has been presented. It seems to me there are a lot of facets of this that could have come to HLC a long time ago for feedback. I would like to reinforce the comments from Mr. Clausen regarding the Downtown Parking Committee agenda report from February 13th of this year that acknowledged that the Historic Landmarks Commission needs to approve the locations. So there is just no question about that. I want to reassure the general public, I'm not opposed to bike share. And I've even moderated my position on bikes on State Street. I think there will have to be a compromise where everybody can use them together. But I think we really need a plan with locations. And I don't see that as such an obstacle. The landscape architect that designed the most recent renovation of State Street would have a plan that shows where all the planters are. Granted, some of the benches have been removed and various other things have been moved around, but it's a starting point and it's pretty easy to plug in where bike share docks would go. I think we really need to walk State Street with that plan in hand and have an idea if we have any concerns about those locations. I would even support just installing them on the pavement on State Street to keep them off the sidewalk. If this is a trial program, that would be cheap and easy to temporarily install them on the pavement in selected clusters, perhaps. But I think there are other things that can be done, and I just really resent this being forced down our throats as it's all been decided, and we just have to say yes, the black choice they gave us is fine.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds.
I'm very uncomfortable with how this is going, and I'm sure that the rest of you feel the same. We've got city attorney, we've got Mr. Dayton telling us one thing, that they have the ability, the city has the ability to place them without approval of HLC. And yet there's an understanding that HLC, has the ability to make those choices, and the two just aren't meeting. So I'm feeling uncomfortable. I just don't quite know how to vote on something like that. But the question comes up based on what was just said by Vice Chair House. The restaurants that have expanded into the pavement with their barricades and their tables and chairs, did we approve that when that happened? And if we didn't, which I know we didn't, and that was rhetorical, should we have?
So it's my understanding, and I'm sure staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that because it was that sort of like emergency short-term situation, they sort of short-circuited it, and that's as a temporary stay, and that they've gotten a temporary extension to wherever December with the possibility of further or whatever. So that's a temporary measure that was put in place above our heads. Is that a good summary?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. There's an emergency ordinance for economic recovery, and they have rules and regulations for temporary outdoor dining that were done during COVID. So those did not receive HLC review.
Okay. So it seems like we're
move this along.
Okay, please.
I'd move that HLC deny the project because it is unable to make its compatibility findings and consistency with guidelines and rules of the game for the Historic Landmarks Commission.
I'll second that. I'll second that motion. I'd second that motion. I'd like you to add into it that we should remember that the Historic Landmarks Commission is a charter commission. Charter commission is really above city council. City council is elected. The charter has to be approved by, as was approved by the people. So this is a very, very serious thing that's going on here. And I would like you to include in your motion recognizing that our decision is a charter decision.
And then, Mr. Chair, apologies to Commissioner Uli. I'll let you respond to Commissioner Mahan in a moment. But if you're gonna do a motion, I'm just gonna ask Mr. Bolton, can you please put up the project compatibility criteria? And then Uli, if you could go through each of the criteria and specify specifically why it is not meeting it. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Other than it doesn't fit any of these, I could probably go on for a while why it doesn't fit them. But anyway.
Yeah, the more the better. Thank you.
That will make the lawyers happy as well, I'm sure. So project compatibility criteria, compliance with city charter, municipal code, consistency with design guidelines, the project fails. It is inconsistent with our guidelines. Compatibility with architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. In my opinion, HLC's opinion, the project is not compatible with the architectural character of EPB. Appropriate size, I think that's irrelevant. Is there more?
Yes.
Sensitivity to adjacent landmarks and resources. I don't see that it necessarily impacts resources, but we don't have a location map, so we cannot determine if they do or they don't. And it doesn't really obstruct views of the ocean or the mountain unless you're lying on the street.
What about toddlers?
Well, I believe that the viewpoint of toddlers is as critical and important as the rest of the views allowed, but they don't have any words to put to their objection.
All right. We can strike that from the record.
Space and landscape.
Yeah.
Use of open landscaping. I don't think it really impacts the open space. But again, because we don't have a plan, we can't really judge that. So I can't see that the project is consistent with any of these guidelines because we don't have enough information in front of it.
Okay. Does that, Ms. Plummer, does that?
Mr. Bolton, can you go back to the prior slide? Thank you.
I think I hit them all.
Yeah, I think you did. I just wanted to double check. Did you want to, I know you said that it's not compatible, but I didn't hear a specific reason as to why it's not compatible. For example, color, style, whatever. I mean, did you want to enumerate any more than that, or did you just want to say it's not consistent with the?
It is a contemporary device in a Spanish colonial revival district. I don't see how that's compatible.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know, Mr. Mahan, if I want to dip into the politics that a chartered commission has more power than an elected official.
Okay, I'll retract that, but I think you should add that generally speaking, we have asked that all of the iron projects, metal projects in El Pueblo Viejo be Malaga green. That's been our standard color. The lamp posts, the bike racks, all of the furniture that I designed with Bob Cunningham, the big newspaper vendors, and all of that was Malaga green. And I think that this should be consistent with that.
Well, that's why I say in item number 1, it's not consistent. It's not consistent with our guidelines.
I second your motion with those findings.
All right. We have a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Roll call and vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will do the roll call vote now. We will start with Vice Chair House.
Aye. I'll make it an aye this time.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Sure.
Uncomfortable, yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Fun.
Eating
Absent.
mom.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Thank you so much. The motion passes.
All right, and this motion is appealable within 10 days to City Council. Any other?
They'll appeal it to themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so, all right, do I need to read anything else or are we good?
No, Mr. Chair, I think it was clear. You can move on to the next item.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right, you're on to, yes.
Mr. Chair, for Rob Dayton to take this back to City Council, I, for one, do not oppose the bike racks in some shape or form on State Street or preferably adjoining State Street and the cross streets. What I do oppose is the fact that we have been, the rules and regulations that apply to everyone have been totally ignored in this application to landmarks. And I'm sure that there will be a proper application, we get a proper approval, but this is not a proper application.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lenvik. All right, let's go onward to item 8, 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez Street, 409 Anacapa Street, and it's the continued item for concept review. It's the proposal to merge 3 parcels located at the addresses to create a 59,000 square foot lot. The proposed development involves construction of 81 rental units, averaging 695 square feet per unit, in a 4-story building in the existing parking lot located at 27 East Gutierrez. Using the city's AUD program, the building would be approximately 90,000 square feet, including the 19,000 square foot ground floor consisting of a parking garage, residential lobby, trash enclosure, transformer, and bicycle parking. The proposal includes 89 parking spaces in a combination of surface parking spaces and parking lifts. Planning Commission granted the community benefit project exemptions to height limitations. And this is for concept review. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. The project was last reviewed on June 24th, 2020. And we'll read the minutes from that. And Ms. Plummer. Oh, I think you're muted. Okay. Oh no, I still can't hear you.
Battery's gone dead?
My batteries are dead.
Okay.
Can you hear
Long
me?
meeting, sorry.
Long meeting. Yes. I'll just do brief stop comments and then you can move into review of the minutes. So the case planner, Ms. Broadison, is no longer here, I believe, but I did want to let the commission know, as it says in the footer, that it is here for an additional concept review. There's no action being taken place at this meeting. At Planning Commission recently, they reviewed the community benefit height exceptions and approved that, which allows the building to exceed the maximum height of 45 feet. But that was the only decision Planning Commission took. So if you have any additional questions, please let me know.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go through. So the motion was to continue Planning Commission with the following comments. In general, number 1, in general, the commission feels this design is superior to the previous one and it's coming along well. Number 2, the commission is generally in favor of the mass, bulk, and scale. 3, the elevations have improved, especially the non-Gutierrez Street elevations. Number 4, the Gutierrez Street and Paseo elevations could be articulated a bit more. And in general, the commission finds the ground floor residences are not ideal in downtown and should be a more public or commercial area. 5, the commission finds that the compatibility analysis criteria generally have been met as follows. A, in general, the project complies with applicable city charter and municipal code. The project's design is consistent with design guidelines applicable to its location within the city. And B, in general, finds the project is compatible with desirable architectural qualities and characteristics that are distinctive of Santa Barbara and of the particular neighborhood surrounding the project, particularly in the terms of how the area should be developed in terms of height and density. There are examples of other tall buildings within the area, although not immediately adjacent. C, the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale of the project are appropriate for its location and neighborhood. Most commissioners find the height increase to be acceptable. D, the design of the project is appropriately sensitive to adjacent landmarks or other nearby designated historic resources. E, the design of the project responds appropriately to established scenic public vistas and does not appear to have a drastic impact on mountain views. F, the project includes an appropriate amount of open space and landscaping given the paseo and the landscaping presented on the drawings or on the renderings. 6, the commission finds the project exempt from story poles per city council resolution number 17-006. Finding D, the proposed structures will not be on or project project above the topographic ridgeline. The motion was by Uli, second by Lenbick, 7-1-0. House was opposed. Motion carried. Individual comment was that Vice Chair House opposed because he can't make the findings for a story pole exemption. All right. With all that, Mr. Cannell, you have your hand raised.
God, I can't believe I had that wrong. That is a pretty bad symbol. Thank you all. You know, I was really excited that we were slated to be on at 4:10.
Yeah, tell me about it.
We're only 2 hours off. Too bad.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
And I also, we're going to show you a landscape plan today. This is Bob Cunningham's 75th birthday today, by the way. So I think Martha is going to be on to present so that Bob could go out to dinner. So let's move on. We've been, as was mentioned, we went to the Planning Commission actually exactly 2 months ago and had a very good review with them. Since then, we've been working hard to refine the plans and respond to the comments. So let me just take you right into those. If we can go to the site plan, first floor plan, which is I think the next sheet. And let's zoom in, Timmy, on that lower one. So first, the most important thing is we got a lot of comments, not only from all of you, but particularly Planning Commission relative to extending the paseo. So it's not completely clear on this, but you can see how that there's a corner cut out of the 410 State Street building. We are going to structurally open that up and connect it. And we've got agreement with our neighbor to connect it, and that will connect to that alley that goes to State Street. So that's very exciting. I should also mention that we've actually, you'll see when we look at the floor plans in just a moment, we've reduced the number of units, and what we have done though is we've added the commercial based on some neighbor comments at our last meeting. We added commercial along Gutierrez. And it's possible at the end of the day, you know, pursuant to the comments today, that, you know, those two units that we have facing on the paseo, you know, could be considered commercial space as opposed to residential space. It might make more sense in terms of being flexible, but right now we are showing them as units. We have dropped the unit count to 80 units. I believe our cover sheet says 81, but that was an error. I apologize. We've also added 2 elevators, kind of thinking about this world we live in today and social distancing. We actually, what we did was to have we have a large elevator to begin with, but we've created a freight elevator that serves all floors of the building, including the roof. So why don't we go to the second floor plan, which is the next sheet. That's great, thank you. This is probably the most significant change to the project, and it's one I'm actually really excited about. Before, and by the way, I know that staff has access to the old plans, so if you want to compare to what we looked at before, we can do that, but I don't want to take the time unless you have questions. But before, the elevator and the vertical circulation was back in the more in the corner of the project, and it didn't have any relationship to that interior courtyard. So we've managed to shift all of that vertical circulation so that it is now rational to that courtyard space that is basically ground floor at the second floor. That's the podium level, in other words. So that's where the planting and what will occur. And I'll let Martha talk about the planting in that courtyard when we get to the landscape plan, but that's been significant. We've also, I mentioned that we reduced the units. What we have done is tried to create more 2-bedroom units. So really the biggest change are those units that are along the right there. Before, we had essentially where those 2 units are in the middle, we had 3 1-bedrooms, and instead changed it to 2 2-bedrooms. And I think it also has simplified that eastern elevation, as you will see. Let's go through all of these floors stack for 3 levels, and then we get to the roof plan. So actually, Timmy, you can go to the next sheet and we can look at the roof plan. We don't have this developed yet. I can tell you that when we come back for project design approval, we will have it more developed, but we do want to make this roof a real active living space. We're talking about breaking it into nodes. We show a couple of trellises right now, which you'll see in the elevations, which are really just placeholders. But we do intend to really activate this roof with spaces that can be used by these residents. We are showing that there's a green roof around that courtyard space because we don't want people on the roof peering down into those units. So that's really intended as a separator and will also obviously help with our stormwater management. Let's go to the next sheet, which is the sections, I believe. So this has not changed. The height remains the same as what you saw before. We did dimension the courtyard in the middle. It is 36 foot, I think 9 inches in that courtyard space to give you a sense of the scale of that. And you can see here the ceiling heights that we are proposing in the units. The 4th floor we intentionally have made taller, and that really helps to create a nicer articulation of the fenestrations on the exterior. Next slide, I believe, are the elevations. Yeah, so let's go ahead and zero in first on the Gutierrez, the top elevation. So I think this has become a much more handsome building now. Before, and we could refer back to that previous elevation, but the vertical circulation was really sort of out front. And again, we didn't have that rational relationship to the courtyard inside. So I think that this has just become more handsome. It's very much in the same spirit of what we presented the last time, but you can see how we've sort of joined that elevator and the stair together as a single vertical element. And then of course you can also see that storefront that we have added along Gutierrez on the left of the main entrance or the main lobby entrance. And then on the right of the main lobby entrance is, as it was before, that main bike storage area that has access from the street. Let's go down to the next elevation. So this is the other important elevation because it's the east elevation. So that's that opening. This is our vehicular entrance that is in behind the Reed's Appliance building. So I mentioned that we had simplified this. I think this has a much more elegant feel. We sort of, looking again at the Baylor building there across from the Libero, it has sort of similar simple fenestrations. And on this elevation, I think you can also see how having that extra transom element at those upper floors really helps to articulate just that variation in the elevation. You can also see here the trellises. I'm not sure again that this is going to be the location of the trellises or even their size, but I really just put them here as a placeholder. That element that's popping up there really should have been faded back. It's on all the way on the other side on the west elevation, so it's really not too visible. We'll look at the views in just a moment. Next elevation would be, I believe, the north. So this is looking, this is the one that is considerably far back from Haley, and is very similar to what we looked at before. I think the fenestrations have just been simplified and cleaned up a little bit. And then finally, that west elevation, which is the Paseo elevation, we are proposing these walls that would create some private space from the Paseo into those units on the ground. And again, it may be that we turn those more into commercial space or flexible space. But this is that elevation. You can see where the trash is. We've improved the user circulation from the elevator lobbies to the trash, which is very important for a complex like this. We can come back to these elevations, but why don't we jump to the next page, which are the views. So probably zeroing in on that upper one, Timmy, no, that's fine. I mean, this is from the corner of State and Gutierrez, and then this is getting a little bit, yeah, that's fine. You can get a sense of it in relationship to the 400 State Street building. And then to the right is the closer up elevation, which is the that on the cover. So I think, again, the building, I think the storefront along Gutierrez helped immensely. I think it's been simplified, in that vertical circulation tower, I think, kind of elegantly tucked back in as opposed to being forward the way it was before, is much improved. We can look at the lower two views. So on the right is that Anacapa Street view. So I think this is, again, having a much more elegant feel than we had before. And then finally, that view from Haley that you would see across that parking lot space. So as I said, we may want to, pull up the other drawings and compare them side by side if that is possible. But I'll go ahead and at this point just open it up to questions.
Okay. Did you want to go over landscape at all or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely, gosh, Martha, are you on, Martha? Are you?
I'm on, yes.
Okay, I apologize. I always do that to you, don't I? So yes, next sheet is the landscape plan.
And at some point we have to sing happy birthday to Bob.
I agree.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Let me just note one thing here, Martha. We had shown the Paseo has not been developed yet. So we're actually not showing landscaping in there, although on your next review, you will see it. There's actually several queen palm that are there at the back of that Staples building. So those, I apologize for those not showing, but this does show more clearly that Paseo connection to the neighbor that will connect back out to State Street. Go ahead, Martha.
Yeah, so starting on Gutierrez Street, we've got some street trees that are going in. Those are the cigar trees, or cedrela. We have some of those on Chapala Street at Victoria. It's a very tall evergreen tree, broadleaf, attractive tree. We've got a mixture along the frontage of palms and canopy trees, some flowering. So we have some bottle brush on each corner, left and right, if you will. And then the feature tree flanking the entry is a type of eucalyptus relative. So it's a tall, stately tree that has larger leaves. And it doesn't have the bad habits of some eucalyptus. It's called an Angophora tree or red gum. So
Martha,
that's,
if I could interrupt
yes.
for just a second, if you could relate those trees to the pictures below, that would be wonderful.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, so let me just pop that bigger. So you'll see, thank you. On the left, the far left, you see the Angophora tree, this taller eucalyptus relative tree, and these are flanking the main entrance, the larger canopy there, yeah. Okay, and then the lower canopy tree that would be inboard from that, closer to the building, is the third image from the left, and that is your red bottle brush or callistemon tree. And yeah, that's it. And to the right of that in this screenshot here, that is your street tree, the cedrela, Brazilian cedarwood or cigar box tree. And then the trees that are, as we continue along the bottom of the page, these are accent trees, the cordyline tree or the dracaena, bronze colored, the giant bird of paradise everyone's familiar with. That gives some height against the building and some texture to the palette. And then you see to the right of the bird of paradise, the Queensland umbrella tree. Two pictures of that. That's a tree that we have tucked against the building on the exterior elevations and also within the courtyard. We have this Queensland umbrella tree that will be in large planters on the podium level to create some sense of privacy and separation in the courtyard. Also on the plan, you can see at by the entry paseo there off of Anacapa Street, we've got some existing palms that would be protected. And then we will also be adding, once again, this Queensland umbrella tree in front of the trash enclosure. So that will screen that quite nicely. Some bird of paradise and those sorts of accent plants. And then along the edge of the building at Reed's, we'll have a variety of the shrubbery and the dracaenas or the bronze colored dracaena trees that you saw the picture of. So we've got that entry and parking area quite well planted.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I think we'll...
Martha, we might just touch base on the courtyard real quick. Just, you know, she already mentioned the Schefflera, but it's going to be a combination of the, I'm sorry, not the Queensland umbrella tree. It's also going to have some bamboo to get additional screening. And this is in the process of being refined, and you'll see a refined version of this when we come back for project design approval.
So the idea here is to, again, get that sort of scrim of vegetation that will separate the units from each other to create a sense of private space. And then we're also going to add some baffles that would separate the units from each other across the, between each unit. So we'll see that, you'll see that next time as a more developed layout and probably somewhat more symmetrical.
That courtyard is 24 feet wide, by the way.
Okay. All right, does that complete your presentation?
That completes the landscape presentation, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, now we'll open public comment then. Any member of the public wishing to comment other than Brian, raise your hand.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I am running public comment for Ellen. She had to hop off. So if you would like to make an oral public comment, you can see the instructions for how to do so on your screen. Just raise your hand and we will call on you. And it looks like we have a couple of hands raised. I will begin with Mr. Richard Clausen. Mr. Clausen, you are unmuted and you can speak whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ms. Ardell and Chair Grumbine. My comments are brief and I can speak slowly. I solicited assistance from several city council members regarding the possible inappropriate application of the story pole exemption for this project at your June 24th meeting. I've also discussed it with City Planner Renee Brook, who concurs it contradicts the council's intent and has alerted the commission's support staff of this. Because of this project is at concept review, I ask that you supersede your prior decision and impose the story pole obligation on this project prior to project design approval, as required by City Council Resolution number 17-006 and described in the visual aid requirements for development applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Clausen. Next, we will have Robin Donaldson, and following that, we will have Anna Gott. So Robin Donaldson, you are self-muted right now. If you'd like to unmute yourself, you can begin your public comment. And it looks like you've unmuted yourself.
Thank you. I'm Robin Donaldson. I live across the street from the project. I want to state, obviously, I support the project. I appreciate the improvements, particularly the commercial along Gutierrez. I think that's very important urbanistically. The story pole conversation, I look at that. I know exactly where that is. Have more impact probably than even anybody, certainly on this meeting right now. I see no need whatsoever for story poles. The presentation by the applicant has taken great lengths to show and done exactly what needs to be done to demonstrate the mass, bulk, and scale of this building. And we have a lot of great tools that we didn't have many years ago in order to visualize what a building's going to be. And I just want to get on record about that. Otherwise, I'm glad to see it make progress. And like I said, I'm in support and I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it looks like our last speaker is Anna Gott. I am unmuting you and you can give your public comment whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon or evening, HLC, or commissioners. I do also want to reiterate the need for story poles. This is going to be one of the very first large buildings in a prominent area of the city. And I think because of the design, especially when you consider the height and the placement of the building on the lot, I think it's really imperative that we have story poles. Regarding the new commercial space down on the first floor, there was mention that the AUDs may be turned into something else. And I just want to reiterate to everyone the incompatibility of short-term vacation rentals within an AUD project. We really should not be using the AUD to set aside space in the future for vacation rentals. And I can only imagine that that is what these spaces will become because of the location in Santa Barbara. We really need to have visitors staying at hotels and not property owners and architects devising ways to place short-term vacation units inside of buildings using the AUD ordinance. I think that's very inappropriate, and that just, is against everything that we need right now. We need housing and nothing but housing. I would also just, again, I can't reiterate it enough that this needs story poles because of the first of its kind nature in the area and the fact that it will impact a substantial number of individuals now and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
All right.
Okay.
And then we have, I thought we only had one more speaker, but it looks like we have Fred Sweeney waiting to come on. So I have unmuted you and you are self-muted. So you should be able to unmute yourself when you're ready. There you go.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Am I on?
We
Thank
can hear
you. Chair Gumbine and members of the commission, I needed to speak after I heard other architects on public comment talking about how story poles are not needed. I have been on the single family design board for 10 years. I've served as a chair and had to deal with residential structures and story poles. And as an architect, I appreciate all of you have the ability to look at the flybys and the work that Mr. Cannell's office and other architects do in displaying how these things are going to look. But you have an obligation to the public who don't have that advantage, nor do they understand or available to see these kinds of views. Story poles are important. And irregardless, architects, yes, they know how to see all this stuff. We know how to read this stuff. But you have an obligation to the public to look at this. And the other thing is this sense that, oh, from State Street, you can't see the mountains anyway. That's not the issue. The issue is the visual mountain backdrop is part of Santa Barbara's heritage. That's why we are the city we are. That's why we're called the American Riviera. People want to see those mountains. And you don't see it standing in a single place. You see it in a construct of moving along State Street. So what we can see down corridors, what we can see there, I truly believe that the higher buildings to increase residential work need to go on the shadow side of the city. That's on Mr. Cannell's side of the city where his office is, where we don't see those mountains. We can't see the mesa from that side, but we certainly can see the backdrop of the ridges of the mountains. That's why the ridge is so important and why story poles, you have an obligation to share with the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it looks like we do not have any other hands raised and we did not receive any written correspondence on this item. So I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
All right.
I'm just
Commissioner
wondering, do we still have our quorum? Because I'm not seeing everybody's webcams up.
Good question. Commissioner Mahan, are you on? And Commissioner Lendick?
Trying to get on. There I am.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, we have our quorum. Okay, so back to the commission for questions. Any questions from commissioners? Okay, I do have a question to staff about more information on what was brought up by one of the callers for discussion with Renee, Brooke, and others in terms of what are the story poll findings and that. Is there an issue there that needs to be dealt with at all?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I did receive an email from Renee Brooke, and she said, let's see, perhaps the HLC can provide some more relevant reasons today for why they waived the story wall requirement. However, I would say, and I just sent Mr. Bolton the waiver findings that you did at the prior meeting. The resolution, I'm not sure if Mr. Bolton's going to be able to pull that up quickly or not, but the resolution just states that notwithstanding, the Historic Landmarks Commission may exempt a project from requirements stated in section 1 upon making one of the findings. And you did make one of the findings. So yeah, I think it would be appropriate if you want to enumerate other reasons for why you made the exemption for story polls, but I'm not sure about retroactively deciding against your prior decision since you did follow that And Mr. Bolton, if you could go down, it's further down on the.
And
Here,
Keep going to the resolution.
Yeah, I don't think we can rewrite history.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, yeah, story poles shall be installed. And then Mr. Bolton, if you can go down just a little bit further, apologies. So this is the part that I was talking about. It just says, notwithstanding the above, the Historic Landmarks Commission may exempt a project from requirements stated in this section upon making one of the findings. So you made one of these findings. It was finding B, to exempt the project from story poles. If you want to provide additional information at this hearing for why you made that exemption, I do think that would be appropriate. But unless Ms. Nzueta, do you want to add anything? I don't think it would.
Yes,
I don't
thank
think you could go against your prior decision.
Mr. Chair and Commission, I think the concern, and this of course is to your commission and to your discretion, but the concern is that the exemption that was used for this particular project was D, which is the proposed structures will not be on or project above a topographic ridge line. Well, you know, State Street is pretty flat, so it's not going to be on a ridge line. So I think it was brought up by the Mr. Clausen that a more relevant finding should have been made or could be made. So that was something that the commission might want to consider, that if they still want to exempt the story poles, that perhaps you can either add additional information as to why you think D is appropriate, or if there is another finding or findings that you think can still meet the the intent of the commission to exempt the story poles. So that was the concern, that particular finding could be made for almost any project that's on flat land.
Gotcha. And it was Commissioner Uli who made the, and in our discussion, I remember it was, we're talking about the views as well. But it seemed like there was more to it than that, but that was just all you had to do was pick one. So that was the one you picked, if I remember correct.
I think generally, you are recalling correctly. I think the general sentiment of the majority of the commission was that we didn't think that we needed story poles. So and as Vice Chair House already indicated, and it's indicated in the minutes, he was opposed to that direction. We didn't write these rules. Obviously, the building is located on flat ground and not on a ridge line or near one. But again, we didn't write these rules. But now I guess we've got our hand slapped because we used one of them. You can't have it both ways. If only criteria D can only apply to a building that is on a slope, then the rules need to be written so that it can only be used for a building that's on a slope. So, I don't think we need to, we can undo it. We can say, well, today we think we need story poles and justify that action, but
yeah,
seems...
and I think maybe perhaps instead, if there's additional pieces that we want to say also apply as an FYI to add to it, I think that would seem to be a fine way of helping to say it's not just one thing as well, because there has been more conversation. Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, I have more of history behind me and story poles than any of the rest of you. And I want to relate to you the issue of the story poles for the building on Chapala Street that Barry Burkus did. And he put up the story poles. I was on planning commission at the time. We all went around and looked at them, and everybody looked at them and they said, oh yeah, seems to be okay. And it turns out that is one of the tallest buildings. It's 57 feet, 57 feet to the ridge. But nobody can analyze, especially people on the street. I'm not talking about architects. People on the street cannot analyze the height of story poles, these little ribbons waving up there in the wind. It just doesn't work. Story poles is an idea that really should go away. It really doesn't work. And story poles happened before we had these computer generations where you can really see these things against the other buildings, these movies that move around the street, and you can see this building against other buildings. This is really, I think, much more important to the public than story poles. They can't go out and look at all these ribbons waving up in the air, and they don't know exactly what they mean. So frankly, I think story poles is an obsolete idea, and the computer generations of tall buildings is a really, really good idea. And I think that the public understands those things much, much more. And I like what's happened here. I think that these computer generations of this building demonstrate that it's a reasonable building. By the way, I was on a consent calendar today. I was reviewing the little single-story building on the corner of Chapala and I can't remember the name of it, Figueroa Street, and the photograph showed that it blocked out the mountains. The single-story building, the photographs that staff gave me blocked out the mountains behind it, because buildings block out mountains. The courthouse blocks out mountains. Every building blocks out mountains if you get up close enough to them. So I'm very much for computer-generated demonstrations of what a building looks like. It would be okay for the applicant to demonstrate, to put the mountains in the background. That would be okay. But big buildings are going to block out mountains. The courthouse blocks out mountains, and the Granada building blocks out mountains. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you for giving me a thing. So I'm running off at the mouth, but I don't think we need to worry about these. I don't think we need to worry about this issue of all of the things up in the air. They don't make any sense to people. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lendick, then Commissioner Edmond.
Yes, thank you. I agree with everything that Bill Mahan has said. It's entirely possible we could have pulled up and the finding C would have been just as appropriate. And I think it's important. I think it's important as we realize what the city mothers and fathers want from the standpoint of housing in downtown Santa Barbara. The downtown Santa Barbara, as you walk State Street, is going to change, and it's going to be taller. And if you walk State Street right now, you can walk down the middle of State Street, and there's some buildings that are a story and a half, 2 stories tall on State Street. They create a beautiful walking environment, beautiful. And if they're 3 stories or 4 stories, they're going to be equally as beautiful, and you're going to see no more of the hills. And I think what we do as members of the Landmark Commission is we've got to look ahead at what State Street will look like and should look like and is going to look like. And we've got to introduce that into our thinking about the first buildings that we see coming along. And this is one of the first buildings. It's not on State Street. It's back a ways. I mean, I don't know, can you see the mountains from State Street with this building there? Probably can, probably can't. Is it a big deal? Not in the context of where we're going to go with State Street in the next 20 years.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lendick. Commissioner Edmond.
I have a great deal of respect for all of you. In fact, I have so much more respect than when I started as a,
Well, thanks a lot.
well, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
But as somebody who has absolutely no architectural experience, as a member of the public, so to speak, I really appreciate the story polls. And I have to say that I think Mr. Sweeney made some very good points. When I'm driving around town and I see them, it makes sense to me. I think that Commissioner Mahan is giving the public maybe more credit than we deserve as far as looking at computer generated information. I think you all are very used to it, and I think you're all incredibly dedicated and talented, and don't maybe remember what it's like to just be a member of the public and looking at something differently. So I'm not sure that, in fact, I guess this is maybe a question from Ms. Nzweda. Can we go back and undo this, or are we done and we're just beating a dead horse?
Mr. Chair, I need to respond to that.
Commissioner Marianne, let's hold on. Let's get Ms. Nzweda because there's a question.
May I just respond to that for 1 minute? I just one. And also to Fred Sweeney's comments. I think story polls in the single family design area are really good, and I think people understand those very well. And we should have story polls in single family design. With these 4-story buildings, they just don't work, and that's the problem. And so for Wendy Edmonds, I understand. If you see if you see story polls in your single family design area, yes, they do make sense to you, and that's very, very good. So there's a purpose for them, and there's a purpose where they don't work. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Nzweda.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commission. First of all, the dialogue that you just had right now with respect to why story polls aren't necessarily required for this or should be required is exactly what I think was needed to be able to back up your finding. I do think that obviously it's up to your commission as to whether you want to go back and decide to take the vote again. But what I'm hearing is that everyone is pretty comfortable with the decision to exempt the story polls, and the information that you just provided as to the reason why is good. As I said, had you been able to make one of the other findings, I think it would have been maybe just a little bit more strong. However, I also do know that what or Commissioner Mahan said with respect to maybe requesting additional visual aids in order to inform your decision with respect to size, bulk, and scale, and also to help the public understand it as well, would be something that you may want to consider in place of the story polls.
And just to kind of tie this off, part of it as well is that post all this, we have developed in the last couple of years our additional new visual requirements, which include what Mr. Cannell and others will have shown, which is 3D renderings using 3D model massing, taking different views, so which are above and beyond what was available before, which we are now starting to incorporate as regular. Even the handout says you will be required to do some of this, including all these things that you might be required to do, including a 3D model of the blocks around and all of that. So I think we've actually increased in terms of, since this technology of building story polls, to our current technology and the requirements. And I think the more we use the newer technology requirements that are more sophisticated and give us better shots, the better, because then everyone will start showing us all these things which are good ways of analyzing. And then Commissioner Lendick, and then we'll move on from story polls.
One last comment, and then we can get off this. Wendy, I don't know if you were on the commission when the project on De La Vina at the old mansion. What was the name of that mansion, Brian? you moving the house.
The odd house. The odd
Yeah,
house.
if we're on the commission when the odd house was being moved and the plans were coming before us, Brian was the architect, and we required him to put story poles up. I think it was probably a 3-story building all the way back, maybe a 4, I don't know. I photographed that thing, and I was cleaning my camera up the other day and erasing stuff. What a bunch of garbage. No way could anybody ever make sense of, even when I was alive and well and looking at it, at those story poles. They don't do anything for us. None.
Mr. Chair, may I offer?
Okay, so
real quick.
One last comment, and then we need to move on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think the next generation of requirement is that we're going to have applicants do a 3D print on site of their building so that we can actually walk up to it.
Full scale, and you can climb inside. All right, so I think we have the information on story pole laid out. That we discussed. It would also, other criteria, including C, would also be met, and also we gave the reasons why, fleshed out the reasons why that I think we're okay with it. So let's move on. What's that?
So we get on to talking about the project since it's the dinner
Yeah,
hour?
now let's actually talk about the project.
We're
Okay,
getting
so
into the deal.
so if we could pull up our summary from last time, and then keeping in mind the discussions and explanations. Well, actually, sorry, I'm a little bit ahead. Let's make sure we don't have any more questions, and of course, we might have to fold back into questions. So are there any other questions? And we'll try to keep this moving because we're after 7 now. So any other questions for the applicant right now? Okay, so if not, let's go to comments. Keeping in mind, especially the things that have changed since last time, and since in general, most of our comments were favorable. And if we want to add any tweaks to them, we can. Let's add tweaks to them now, or continue to add to them. But especially if you could comment on the things that have changed and any other things that you think are important. So, Commissioner, anyone want to go first? Comment, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this has been a really, really wonderful evolution of a design, a 4-story design, a big building. We know we've got to have some big buildings in downtown Santa Barbara. And this has been a wonderful evolution of this design. Now, when it first came before us and it was the Gutierrez Street elevation that we were really concerned about, and people weren't happy with it. The commission was not happy with it because of the upper kind of the Monterey portion of it, and also the huge entry arches off of Gutierrez Street. And then the rest of the elevations around were very mundane, and we didn't find it to be acceptable. And when it came back, it was better. The elevation on Gutierrez Street was better. And then it came back again and it was better. And now I see this elevation, can you go to the straight on elevation of the Gutierrez Street elevation? Yeah, zoom up on that. This tower right here, which is a kind of a double tower. I've never seen anything like that in El Pueblo Viejo, but I think it is very, very appropriate to Spanish colonial revival architecture. And I would say to a lot of the young architects who think that there's no creativity in Spanish colonial architecture, look at this elevation, because this is very creative and there is nothing like that here, but it works. And this is, I love this tower. This double tower. I think this building is very, very successful. And I think it's become very successful around on all 4 of its elevations. And I'm very, very supportive of it. Thank you.
Hey,
I agree.
Who else wants to jump in? All right, Commissioner Early.
I agree with those comments. I had the same sentiment when I reviewed the drawings that there's a kind of a a sense of calm that has happened over what previous elevations were, seemed rather kind of erratic, you know. Also, I'm very encouraged by the applicant reaching out to the neighboring property and actually making that Paseo connection. I think that could be very successful. Nice little adventure between the buildings would be very nice. So I'm pleased with the progress.
Oh, sorry, I should have added one more thing. Since we're seeing the landscape for the first time, if you could give at least some general guidance. Obviously, this is this is initial, schematic level, but sort of a general feel if there are issues, or if there's anything in particular that you want to bring out. So, sorry. Commissioner Lendick, did you want to? Oh, sorry.
It's past my bedtime. I agree with Mr. Mahan. This thing has incrementally improved from the first version, and now we're down to the short strokes. And I'm of the opinion that with a tongue in cheek, that we say, Mr. Architect, there's probably something more you could do here. Can you come back? Because to me, this is perfect. And I know that the architect is going to keep playing with it and make it better. And that's the thing that I really love about what we get downtown Santa Barbara from architects that live here and love it. I could say we can improve this today, but I know that this architect's going to come back with some refinements that are going to make it better. I can't tell you what they are, but maybe that tower window there at the third floor, maybe that's going to be moved 4 feet to the right or left. I don't know, but this is pretty good. The landscaping is good. The plant selection is better than I could do. Is
that saying much, though?
Huh?
Is that saying much?
No, it's not. If the landscape architect isn't laughing out loud right now, I'd be surprised.
I'm sure that he would pick a couple of junipers or something put in there.
No.
Right. Okay. All right. Any other comments to add, Mr. Lendick?
Right. I don't know what the motion is. I'm ready to make a motion. No.
Hold on. Let's get Commissioner Edmonds.
I think it's stunning. I appreciate all the comments that were made. I agree with them wholeheartedly. I really like that staggered effect over to the left. The Twin Towers, and then that little tiny spire at the top. Well, I'm sure it's not so tiny, but it's a great detail. No, I think it's wonderful.
All right. Let's see. Is there Commissioner Drury's gone? Any other Commissioner House? Do you have any comments? Is he gone?
Webcam died, so you can't see me.
Okay. That's when you know it's a long meeting. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I agree with all the comments. I think it's a very lovely building. That's all I'll say. Keep it brief.
Great.
All right. I would motion to be made. It's just comments only.
I would agree.
Indefinite continuance.
Hold on. Don't I get a chance to say something?
No.
All right. I only had. Yeah, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, this is concept review. No final approval. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project was last reviewed. So we just continue this for. I mean, we haven't really made any comments that would change it.
I was gonna have one. I had one for him to work on. Okay, so
okay, give it. Then I'll make a motion for a continuous.
Okay, let me throw in a comment or two, and let's see if you all agree. Can we go back to the elevations? The only I agree with all the comments that they made. If we can go to the back side, the other side elevation. I did also want to add to the comments, the ground floor improvements of going commercial are exceptional, and as well the looking at going to not having residential on the ground floor in the Paseo is encouraging as well, and I'd say would be a great move if you can get it to work. If you can zoom in on on the back of there. I think you see it most dramatically on this, and that is, I think one of the few challenges aesthetically at this scale that you have is the top story still seems it seems sort of top heavy with the taller windows, and I don't know if it's as simple as awnings or what, but something that keeps those top doors and windows from looking. There looks like there needs to be something above them in some way, shape, or form, because you have a taller ceiling there. So I don't know if there's another creative solution, belly bands, or whatever, but some way of addressing that top level so there's a beginning, middle, and end, and that end is the only one that seems in any way wanting. So that would be my only comment, in addition to the other
Mr.
comments.
Chair, with those comments, where's this going? We continue this again, or what? Does it
Yeah,
go
I
to
think
planning commission? Where does it go? Does it go to planning commission or what?
No, through the chair to Commissioner Mahan. It's just an indefinite continuance. The project has already gone to Planning Commission, so they're just going to continue working on their project, and they'll either submit for an additional concept review at some point in time or submit for project design approval and application completeness review. So it would just be an indefinite.
Mr. Chair.
You're going to make a motion for an indefinite continuance then for the applicant to return to the commission with those comments that the chair made, and with our compliments. But we think this project is absolutely going in the right direction.
My thought is that it's ready.
Do we have
for
a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
My feeling.
But I did want to say something that affects the motion.
I wanted to.
Just a question for staff. Don't we need to indicate that we're ready to have it returned for PDA?
That's what I was.
Yes, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Okay. So that should be part of the motion.
I think it should return for PDA. Yes.
I agree. Yeah.
Does the seconder agree? Is that?
Yes, since he made that suggestion.
Yeah. I just want to get.
Okay, so this is a continuance to PDA. This is a continuance to PDA then. Is that all right, Pilar?
Yes, that's fine. It's an indefinite continuance for the project to return for project design approval. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call and vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury, absent. Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Grumbine, or Chair Grumbine.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
All right. Thank you all. And thank you especially for staying late, so after 7. And I did hear this week that there's one of our clients that actually watches these things for fun. So you've made entertainment for at least one person in the city for staying up extra. So thanks.
And Mr. Chair, happy birthday to Bob Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Happy birthday,
to
Bob.
Cunningham. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Bye.
Appreciate it.